All right, check. All right, we're coming to this one a little bit late, and it looks like there is some ruling going on for something. Yo, what's up, not Jade West? What's up, Mac? Appreciate the 79 months there, Dougie. Appreciate the 56 months there, Elm. Any news on Perth? Yeah, apparently Kato won Perth. I saw that on Twitter. Kato won, and then I don't know the rest. Well, there was 3 Japanese players in top 4, which is kind of crazy. But Kato won with Guardy. Oh. Japanese players do love their unfair stamp Guardy. Is that what Kato played? I don't even know what version Kato played. Last day 2, round 10 from 12. Round 10 of, no, I think they only have 10 rounds. This is the final round of Swiss, I'm pretty sure. I think they had 8-2 or something. Oh, it had to be 8-2, yeah. Yeah, it had to be 8-2. But there's no standings on PokeData because they're not using RK9 for their pairings, so there's no data, or there's no standings on PokeData. Oh, maybe there is. Hold up. No, it's here, but oh no, maybe it is showing. Okay, never mind. I take it back. Never mind. It is showing. It wasn't up yesterday though. It was just slow. So this is so the matchup here is Dragapult Thorns. Oh, with the giraffe. Also plays the whatever the giraffe is called. I'm not even trying to pronounce the name. They have the stage 1 giraffe in here as well, which isn't good in this matchup. It's good against like Raging Bolt, but that is in this build. And but the Lugia player is playing the Klefki, so plays the answer to the Iron Thorns. Otherwise, this would be kind of like a pretty one-sided affair for the most part. And you could even play it as just like a Thorns deck essentially if you open Thorns as well. I definitely gives the Thorns player the advantage here. Or I would have definitely given them the advantage. Now I'm not sure, to be honest, because even though they are playing Iron Thorns, it's not like a quad Iron Thorns deck. So a quad Iron Thorns deck up against a Lugia deck that plays Klefki is favored, but like this kind of Iron Thorns deck is like a lot slower. I think I want to still give them the edge, but you definitely don't play it like a quad Thorns deck now that you know your opponent has Klefki. If they don't play the Klefki, then you can just kind of play it like a quad Thorns deck, and you can just sit there and you can just try and set up 4 Iron Thorns if you open Iron Thorns. You appreciate the 43 months there, Pokedubs. But because they play the Klefki, I don't think you can afford to play it that slow, because it's hard for a non-quad Thorns deck to really a non-quad Thorns deck to really keep up, I feel like. Andreas has got I mean, you're just attacking with Thorns this turn, I think. I don't know what else you're doing. And we saw Eduardo on the last turn. I guess I'm not even sure which player is which. No, I'm pretty sure, yeah. No, because the cams go with the names as well. So Eduardo here attacked with Klefki last turn to set up the Iron Thorns to be KO'd by Lugia. I don't know if the tool card was actually attached to the Thorns or not. Oh, but has the boss on the Lugia? I thought they didn't have it. The way they were playing, it made me think that they didn't have the play. But they have it here. The boss on the Lugia is huge. The Minccino is on the bench and set up. But if Eduardo can still kind of chain rats, then could be fine for the prize trade. If you have like rat boss KO the Dragapult off the bench, and then you start to build up your Lugia to respond to the Iron Thorns, that could be your play. I see a Lugia V in the hand here, drawn off that gift energy. I see 2 Lugia V-Star in the discard pile, though, so I don't know if any Lugia V-Star left. Or I don't know where the last Lugia V-Star is, I should say. Most likely plays the 3. Pretty much everyone plays the 3. So the rat gets pushed. So if there is a boss KO here on the Dragapult, then we could look for Lugia KO the Thorns after that. As long as there's not another boss KO on the Lugia. Starting with an Aroma. Also, like, double rats, though. If you can get a Jinchino and a Minccino here to set up for the rat chain. I believe I saw a Thornton in the discard pile there. So doesn't have that as an option for those energy on the Luminion. There's Luminion on the bench with 2 energy. And my guess would be if there is a Thornton in the list, then there's no weird here. So that energy on the Luminion is kind of just wasted unless we could like legacy energy it and then get it back to the deck. I guess that's still a possibility. The other way to like probably approach this scenario is to maybe use... Oh no, Iron Hands is in the discard pile as well. So Iron Hands isn't an option either. Lugia V does get discarded there, so I feel like it has to be a rat chain going on here now for sure. Although it looks like they were just going to line up Luminion, but you can't take Luminion here. I mean, you could take it. It just wouldn't be recommended. It just wouldn't be recommended to take Luminion here. Yep. Okay. Bench Luminion. Obviously, can't use the ability. It looks like he was planning on going to go for the ability. Now the bench just sucks, to be honest. I would maybe concede and go to game 2 after that mistake. Yeah, after that mistake, I think I would just pack it up and go to the next game. Andreas has 4 prize cards left. As Eduardo here, you still have 5. If you were about to go down to 2 prize cards remaining here as Eduardo, then I'd maybe consider sticking around. Oh no, I think Thornton's in the deck though. Actually, I think I see Thornton in the deck. So with Thornton still being a possibility, actually... Okay, so I guess we should probably stick this one out, actually, if Thornton is a possibility. And there's like another rat. I think there is another big rat in the deck as well. Yeah, Thornton's in the deck, so actually... his hand didn't leave the card. If he verbally indicated... The judge probably forced him to play the card if he verbally indicated that he was using it. If he's like... If he put the Luminion on his bench and was like, I'll use the thing. Goes up energy on the Klefki and then goes for the knockout. There is a gift on the active, so you can draw... You'll draw a couple cards here, but not a ton. The energy split on the Klefki is interesting. There's a counter catcher on a Luminion here. What is the holdup here? Brings up Luminion. Okay, so I think Andreas is win condition here. Okay, there's a concede. Oh wait, was there a 2 prize penalty at some point? Oh, I think there was a 2 prize penalty at some point in this game because there was immediately concession, even though the rat lived and the rat could respond, knock out the Dragapult. There had to have been a 2 prize penalty at some point. They did do a couple stoppages of play throughout this game. For some judge calls, I have to imagine there was a 2 prize penalty at some point because Andreas had 4 prize cards remaining. So that would make the most. That would be the only thing that makes sense, to be honest. That's the only thing that makes sense there. There's a 19% tie rate in this tournament. We'll take a look at the standings after this, but this is the last round of Swiss. This is the last round of Swiss, I believe. So after this, we're going into Top Cut. There was a DPL. Eduardo took an extra card off of Iono. Oh, okay, makes sense. Klefki over Fluttermane. Yeah, Klefki is like better into more matchups. It can hurt you more, but I feel like that's not really relevant for how good it is against more matchups. Like pushing Klefki turn 1 against Cloth. Against some... Oh, the Klefki start. How good is the Klefki start, though, actually? There's a Jet in hand, so there's mobility to be had. Yeah, I don't know how good the Klefki start actually is, to be honest. Yeah, Klefki is better in more matchups than Fluttermane. Fluttermane's like only good against Iron Thorns, but Klefki's good against Raging Bolt, it's good against Regidrago, it's good against Cloth, it's good against basically not anything, but most things. Giraffe is prized, unlucky. There's a TM Evo prize, but I assume Andreas plays 2 TM Evo. And the double Klefki start also plays Klefki. So I believe because Eduardo went first, Eduardo's Klefki shuts off Andreas's Klefki, although it shouldn't matter. It doesn't actually matter because of what both Pokemon do. But technically, I think Eduardo's Klefki is shutting off Andreas's Klefki. So the only Klefki that's active right now is Eduardo's, but it doesn't really matter because they're the same Pokemon. There's a Pokegear. Oh, it's a whiff. The only reason that interaction matters if it's Klefki and Fluttermane, because if Fluttermane shuts off Klefki, then Klefki isn't shutting off your bench or your bench of Pokemon's abilities. But yeah. Whenever this plays Owen Dalgard in top 8, is that confirmed? The whiff on the Arven from Andreas. I assume Andreas is playing like the whole trolley setup. Also, no Thorn setup means that Eduardo can get like a turn 2. Ooh, no Chops in that hand. I do see the research, though. Some other cards I can't identify as well. Some full arts in there. Wait, this is hella Klefki. Two Klefki, Rotom. How many Iron Thorns are even in this deck? Was it Klefki, Dragapult, and then maybe there's only like 2 Iron Thorns? Yeah, this is 8th versus 9 in ASIM cut. Owen is top seed. Oh, wait, was it 7-2? Oh, I see that right now in the standings. Yeah, so was the... Oh, I see this now. It was 7-2 then for top cut? Or for the rounds? 7 rounds day 1, 2 rounds day 2? That must have been what it is. Is that a Rotom? That is a Rotom, yeah. What is that one? It discards all the items from your opponent's hand, right? Is that the one that does that? Is there a judge per table? Does every game get recorded in case of either rule violation or results faking? No, there's one stream match. Sometimes a side station, but almost never a side station. There's not a judge per table. There's judges roaming in between the tables of players. Only one game gets recorded. Only the stream match gets recorded. There's an attach to the active Klefki. Although I don't even think that was necessary, to be honest. I don't think it's going to die. But I guess you want to retreat it. But I'd rather maybe play for a Jet Energy top deck or something. There's a judge per table during cut for sure. Oh, yeah, true. There's a judge per table for cut. Sometimes 2. Sometimes there's 2 judges per... Or there's like 2 judges sitting in between 2 matches. So there's like, I don't know, 4 judges for 6 players. Oh, there's the retreat to the Lugia. Now we're going to the Read the Wind. Okay. I was like kind of confused. But this actually makes sense. Yeah, for top cut, there is at least 1 judge per match. Okay, into the Crispin. Do you have to pick a target for Crispin before you search? You don't, right? This is a pretty bad start here from Andreas. I mean, we can attach the fire to the Dreepy for the... Yeah, we can attach a fire to the Dreepy, then we could retreat the active and then go into the Rotom. Yeah, I think it discards items, right? And then we could, yeah, still should attach return to Dreepy. Oh, what the heck? Put the energy on the Dreepy. What the heck are we doing? I think we just discard Ultra Ball there, right? Takes a look at the whole hand, though. Some good information. Plays Jamming Tower. Plays Thornton. Yeah, definitely some good information. And then there's some other Pokemon in there that I can't quite identify, but I think one of them is Iron Hands. Oh, Squawkabilly and Iron Hands. Okay. Iron Hands could just be the play here then. We have Jet. We just top deck Jet. I don't even know how much I liked that Read the Wind there from Eduardo, because you're actually limiting your outs to getting into other options on your next turn. But now that we top deck the Jet Energy, which we should play before we play the Research, so we can put it on the Iron Hands, as long as Legacy Energy is not prized. But I guess I don't know if a Legacy Energy is prized. We would have had more options going to that next turn. The thing is, if you draw into the Legacy Energy... Ooh, I don't like... Well, now you could Hard Retreat, I guess, into it. I kind of just like playing the more efficient route, hoping you don't draw the Legacy Energy. I think that's fine. Because even if you whiff an attack this turn as Eduardo, you're still winning the prize trade. Because Andreas literally has nothing. So you should stack with Iron Hands next turn instead. Well, Legacy Energy could also be... No, we saw the prize cards. I don't think it was prized. Here comes an Ultra Ball. We don't really... Oh, no, we do need the Lugia V-Star. Like, we don't really need anything this turn. I don't even know if we should have played this. But no, we do need the Lugia V-Star here. Because we need to get our energy out of the deck. Gives up a double turbo energy. I'm not sure what the rest of the cards in the hand were. But usually you don't want to discard energy. So it must be pretty important options. Or pretty powerful options going to the next turn. And I imagine we'll attack with hands here if the option is available. Here come the chops. Drop one. Like I said, I think I would like to have seen Eduardo jet the hands up and be like, I'm not going to draw Legacy here. I think it would have been fine, but... Oh, loads 2 on the Lugia. Maybe Legacy is prized. Am I trolling? Oh, it's in hand. It did draw into it. It literally is in hand. That's funny. But what, like I was saying here, if we had jetted up the Iron Hands, even if we draw into Legacy Energy, it's fine. Because we go from drawing 1 prize card with Lugia to 2 prize cards next turn. But I guess it could be 1 prize card this turn and then 2 prize cards next turn. I guess the prize trade still is better this way. And there's a scoop from the Andreas with no top deck. Oh, also plays the Water Pond. Does also play Water Pond. So I feel like this should actually be... This might be a favorable matchup here for Eduardo. With Klefki and Water Pond, those are pretty powerful options. And it's not like a... It doesn't look like a Quad Thorns build. From Andreas. It doesn't look like a Quad Thorns build because we've seen the Klefkis, we see the Rotom, we see the Giraffe. Well, the Giraffe is sometimes played with Quad Thorns. We've only seen 1 Thorns. Yeah, we've only seen 1 Thorns. So my guess would be this is not Quad Thorns. If you're playing Klefki, if you're playing multiple Klefki, I don't think you're playing 4 Iron Thorns. So between the possibility of Iron Thorns not getting put in the active early on to slow down the Lugia player, and then the possibility of some early attacks with the Water Pond, I got to give Eduardo the edge here, I think, overall. And then even if Thorns does make its way to the active, Eduardo does play... Klefki does potentially have an answer for it. And then the Water Pond sniping those the Dracloaks early on, potentially even getting like 2 prize turns by KOing the active, and then also KOing it. Pretty powerful. For sure. I definitely want to give Eduardo the edge, I feel like, overall. We will have Andreas going... Oh, I believe going second. Actually, that'll be interesting. I'm curious to see what Andreas chooses. I didn't even like think about that, but Eduardo chose first. There's a Klefki start. A lot of Klefkis. Opens the Roaring... Or, excuse me, not the Roaring. Opens the Moon there, I think, from Eduardo. To, on purpose, not open the Lugia. But I think I still would have opened Lugia there for a potential Read the Wind. Well, it depends on what Andreas chooses here, first or second. I don't like the Ursaluna start here. Especially because at this point, you have a read from Eduardo that it's not like a Quad Thorns build. You should know it's not like 4 Thorns. There's the draw. There's Squawkability, but you can't use it because of the Klefki. I think I see Mezagoza and Lugia. So Read the Wind looks like the out here. I wouldn't give... Actually, I don't hate the idea of just putting the Mezagoza in play. I think it's a Mezagoza. Yeah. I would have maybe even jetted up the Lugia. There is a Chops in the hand as well. Yeah, I don't think I would have attached the Ursaluna. Because you could have attached... You should have attached a double turbo to the Lugia. Or jet the Lugia up. Because now if you get Iono'd, it's going to be that much harder to get your Lugia in the active to use Read the Wind to get your Chops in the discard pile. It is a heads here. I assume I'm just going to go for another Chops here. Or Chops to begin with. Is lining up the Lugia V-Star. But if you attach a double turbo to the Lugia and then you jet it up next turn, then on the following turn... Oh, wait a second. No, that's not how that works. Then on the following turn, you could just start swinging with Lugia. You could just literally start attacking without even using your ability yet. So I would definitely have liked to have seen that double turbo. I don't even like the Ursaluna start here from Eduardo, because like I said, at this point you should know it's not a quad Iron Thorns build from Andreas after you saw double Klefki. After you see 2 Klefki, you should be like, okay, there's definitely not 4 Iron Thorns in here. So the chances they open Iron Thorns and get like an Iron Thorn set up aggressively is definitely a lot lower. So with that in mind, I'm actually not going to bench the... I'm not going to actually not start the Ursaluna. I'm going to start the Lugia instead. As it goes, has been used. Was it a Luminion take from Eduardo? I guess you have boss, and then you could use Luminion next turn. So you could boss something up, use Luminion, jet up the Lugia, use Read the Wind, get rid of the Archeops, and then get like a research off of the thing. I guess it's okay. I assume it was a tail there from Andreas, but does have the Arven. Has 2 Droopy in hand, so even if it is a trolley build, because I don't think we've seen... I saw the ace back there. It looked like trolley. So I believe it is a trolley build here from Andreas, but has 2 Droopy in hand. So yeah, it's just going to be a Vessel plus TM Evo this turn. Get to some Dracloaks. Yeah, I think I only saw 1, 2 Iron Thorns in the deck, and I don't think any were prized. So yeah, not super heavy on the Thorns. What do you think about Trolley Festival lead? I don't know. I mean, still bad. Like, the deck is bad in general, but it could be the best way to play the deck. That was a Lost Box versus Archaladon and Dialga matchup. Good for Lost Box. It is 4 Thorns, 2 Klefkis. Is there 4 Thorns in there? And 2 Klefkis? That's kind of crazy. I thought I only saw 2 Thorns in there. It really wants to start with a disruptive option. I guess I could see that, to be honest. If you play Klefkis on top of the Iron Thorns, that kind of makes sense. Like, I could see playing 4 Thorns and 1 Klefki, just to increase your odds of starting a disruptive Pokemon. Alright, there's the TM Evo. The Droopy become Dracloaks. And Eduardo here will not have a turn 2 attack. But does have access to Read the Wind. And now you're not under any threat. 4 Thorns, 2 Klefki, 1 Flutter. Wait, actually, there's also a Flutter main in there? No way. We know Owen is on. I don't know. All right, another boss top deck here from Eduardo. You do have that Jet. You do have Read the Wind. You maybe just Read the Wind here, though. Just hold the bosses so you can boss around the... Oh, wait, no. Klefki's not a big deal. What am I thinking? You can boss around Klefki and then use Luminion for research. Hold research. Okay, maybe that is the play here. That is what Eduardo's going to go for here. Boss up the Dracloak. Use Luminion. Luminion goes to find research. And then you Read the Wind away at Archeops. And draw 3 more cards. Looking for... We need Archeops plus Lugia V-Star next turn. So between Read the Wind and Research, that's likely to get. And also Mesagoza might stick in play. The Thorns Dragapult deck. Left key Dragapult deck usually doesn't play too many stadium bumps. Maybe like a Vacuum. So the Mesagoza is likely to be in play on that next turn. But we'll see what these 3 are. There's an Ultra Ball. It's a good start. I think I also maybe saw an Aroma as well. All right, let's see if Andreas can pull off a turn 2 Dragapult attack. That's definitely what you're looking for here. Goes into the Mesagoza to begin with. This could be a big heads to find the Dragapult. Looks like I can't tell. It's a heads. Okay. We'll just confirm it by whether or not the player picks up their deck. Dragapult found. The question is there a Crispin? And I think there is. I think I already saw a Crispin in Andreas' hand. So we could play that before we even start using our Dracloaks. Yep, there's the Crispin. And it is a trolley build. That is the trolley. Psychic and Fire to the active Dracloak, which will become the Dragapult, and can start punching. Spread damage, actually, at this point, well, we got to be careful of Mist Energy. We probably just want to put 6 on Ursaluna, so we can KO Ursaluna later with a Dragapult attack. Because if we put like 6 on Luminion to try and like 3-hit Luminion off the bench with Dragapult attacks, then all of a sudden a Mist could get attached to Luminion, stuff like that. We probably don't want to... We probably just want to put 6 on Ursaluna here. Here comes the attack. 200, yep, and 6. Just keep it simple. Ursaluna is now in range of getting 1 hit. Why is there 2 dice on the Ursaluna? If 6 got spread to Ursaluna, how would you ever need 2 different dice? What numbers are on those dice, bro? I want to know. What numbers are on those dice that we put 2 different dice to represent 6 damage counters? No way. What do you think about Crispin before Recon Directive? Deck thinning? I mean, yeah, it's just optimal. Optimal for deck thinning. You don't want to draw into energy. -1 and 7. 7 -1. Is Wellspring and Klefki needed in the for this meta in Lugia? I don't know. I haven't thought about Lugia at all recently. Oh my gosh. Hello, I built a deck with Lawson and Sylveon X. Do you have any tips for it? No, I do not. I've not thought about Sylveon X at all, especially with Lawson. The new damage counters have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10. Oh, okay. So how do you deal with players getting mad? I was playing at top 4 in a cup this week. Player got a little unlucky and he was fuming, screaming, slamming cards on the table. I mean, just call a judge. I mean, that's like that player should definitely be DQ'd. As long as super cringe are pretty uncomfortable, can judges do anything about it? Yeah, the judges just DQ them. The judges should theoretically have a good relationship with the store, and the guy should get kicked out of the store, if not banned from the store. Like, yeah, you just be like, judge, this is too much. Like, you got to do something here. And then the judge, if they're a reasonable judge, should DQ the player, and then, or maybe at least give them a warning. And then if they give them a warning when the behavior initially starts, then yeah, if the behavior starts and the judge initially gives them a warning, then that might be fine. All right, here comes that research. Second chops in the discard pile. We need to find the V-Star now, and we also would like to find some Minchinos probably as well. Get some Minchinos established. Get the Chinchinos. And then assuming there's like decent behavior from the, or decent relationship between the judge and the TO and the store that is ahead. Actually, I don't even know what that is. I'm not gonna try and call it. It is a water pawn. Interesting. We can do 100 damage to the active with this, which is actually pretty good. And here comes an Ultra Ball. And you can also KO the Dracloak. And then next turn you could use Lugia to... Ooh, actually, I kind of like this play from Eduardo here. So you can Water Pawn, 100 to the active, knock out the Dracloak off the bench, and then there's a 220 HP left on the Dragapult. Also, we haven't attached this turn, I don't think, and there's a Jet in hand. Oh, maybe we have attached, though, actually. No, actually, we did attach a Gift Active, I'm pretty sure. I think we're deciding between an Energy, a Boss, and a Chinchino in the hand to discard. Probably could have given up on the Rat there, to be honest. I think the Rat maybe could have gone. There's the V-Star. We do have 13 minutes left, which should be plenty of time to close this one out. Or at least set up one player to be, like, obviously winning and ahead on the prize exchange if we do go to turns. And Top Cut rules. Who's ever had on prize cards would win. The pawn is in. I think actually we have attached for turn already, haven't we? I like this play less. Yeah, I like this play less, but it is probably still the correct play. Taking away that Dracloak is just really, really nice. And you do set up the Dragapult for the 2-hit. So, yeah. It seems decent still. And even if Andreas has Boss KO your Lugia off the bench, you could KO the active with the Ursaluna then. But you could build up a lot of damage in play here. But you could also Boss KO Chops is still a decent play here, I think. We gotta shuffle 3 back. Definitely put the Mist back and the Legacy. I would put the Mist back for sure. Yeah, I don't like the Mist stain on the active here, to be honest, from Eduardo. Now, if the active Water Pawn does get punched, if it moves to the bench, you might want to Mist on it later, but you don't need the Mist on it right now. We could probably get a Mist onto it later. So I like the flexibility of the Mist going back to the deck for other options here from Eduardo, to be honest. I don't love that. I don't like that Mist stain on the active there. So how do you deal with being unlucky? I was fuming, screaming. You appreciate the 59 months there, Omar. Usually the 4 months there. Dark Snake. All right, Andreas going into the Arvin. Does need to set up more stuff here. Andreas just loses the game if we don't get some backup. There's the trolley now being found. And the rescue board's prized. But we'll be able to grab a tool card. Yeah, I don't know what's left. The rescue board and the TM Evo and a TM Evo is prized. So maybe just the future booster capsule is left if it's not in hand. But it might just be a trolley. Might be trolley and chill angle, to be honest. Yeah, it is just the trolley. There is the Farigarath or whatever. There's the Iron Thorns. Should probably get a second Iron Thorns here, I would assume. Definitely should get a Dreepy. We had 2 Dreepy turn 1, and we haven't seen a Dreepy since then. I think we definitely need the second Thorns here. Only goes for the 1 Thorns. Okay. Appreciate the 6 months there, White Wizard. All right, there's a fire to... a bench Iron Thorns, and here comes just a punch into the water pond. So really weak turn here from Andreas. Eduardo set up in a really good spot. I guess the only problem with our Eduardo setup, which goes back to this turn 1 attachment from Eduardo, which probably shouldn't have been there. The double turbo on the Ursaluna actually prevents the Ursaluna from... the double turbo on the Ursaluna prevents the Ursaluna from actually KOing Iron Thorns. Oh, wait, no. Wait, no, how much damage does Ursaluna do? It is 240, right? Yeah, so 220. Yeah. Okay, so... Eduardo here has to knock out with Lugia. Or the Ursaluna. You probably want to do it with Lugia. But then if there is a Crispin for Andreas on the other turn, on the next turn, the Iron Thorns will knock out that Lugia. And then Eduardo actually doesn't have an answer for the Iron Thorns because there's that double turbo energy on the Ursaluna. So not only was the double turbo energy, I think, a misplay from Eduardo early on to the Ursaluna, but now we're seeing it actually have like a negative effect going into a follow-up turn here. For Eduardo. Yeah, there's the Jet. Dragon Ball does have 220 HP left, so it is getting knocked out. You need 5 energy with Luna. I mean, you need 5 energy, but if you knock it out, you don't really care. If you knock out the Iron Thorns, that's the only threat in play, probably. Appreciate the 14 months there, CMT. I really did not like Andreas not getting a second Iron Thorns. It's like, you do need a follow-up attacker. It looks like Andreas is using the Giraffe as the follow-up attacker here, but... you definitely need a follow-up attacker here as Andreas, and didn't go for the second Thorn, so is going for the Giraffe option as like the follow-up, I guess. Now the Lugia does only have 20 HP left, I believe. Yeah, 200 plus 6. Yeah, Lugia only has 20 HP left here, I believe. So a Joust isn't quite enough to get the knockout, but it gets a little bit closer. It does get closer. I do see a Pokegear in hand, so Andreas can at least reach for a Crispin. It's not guaranteed. Oh, all the tools were prized. An Evo, a rescue board, and the future booster capsule is prized. Everything prized. If Andreas can get the Thorns knockout here, I think Andreas is actually in a decent spot. If Andreas whiffs, I think you're a little bit too behind at that point. I think it's going to be the big question here is, can Andreas get this knockout this turn? Oh, is that just a Crispin in hand? It's going for the Arvin? I feel like now you're too far behind. We'll see. We'll see how this goes. This feels too slow, though. This feels like you're giving Eduardo way too much time instead of just going for the Crispin knockout. Oh, is going for the counter catcher. So is going to get prize cards here, I guess. Is going to KO the Water Pawn with the Klefki. And also Legacy Energy still exists. Legacy Energy is still in the deck here for Eduardo. And then they attach to the Giraffe, but not the Thorns. Interesting. There's the counter catcher. And the Joust will get the KO here on the Water Pawn. Appreciate the 62 months there, Heisenberg. What if you Legacy Lugia? I mean, you don't have to legacy anything right now. You can just wait. There's no reason to like legacy anything right now. Ursaluna's getting pushed here. That is a interesting push there. From Eduardo. You don't die to... I guess if you have boss KO here. If you have boss KO on the giraffe, I don't hate this play, actually. We're loading it up with 5 energy. Holy. We're running out of energy here as Eduardo. For sure. That is a big bear. Am I planning to retreat it? I guess maybe. Did he send it in the active to retreat it so it can actually KO Iron Thorns? Yeah, Eduardo did shuffle his deck once, which, for anyone who doesn't know, when you shuffle your deck once, that signifies like the end of a search. So I think they're actually going to make Eduardo keep those energies on the Ursaluna. Jamming Tower. I mean, if there is boss KO Giraffe here, I don't hate attacking with Ursaluna here. If we don't have boss KO Giraffe, though, then it doesn't seem that good. You also don't need this many energy to boss KO the Giraffe. So... because if you boss the Giraffe... yeah, there's the boss on the Giraffe, but you don't need this many energy because Andreas has drawn 2 prize cards. So the Klefki's ability is no longer active on the Ursaluna. You KO the Giraffe. This does open up a win condition for Eduardo to then Iron Hands the Klefki. The legacy energy is still in the deck. I don't know if there's enough other energy in the deck, though, to actually set up an Iron Hands. But we could have had a double turbo in the deck still. Because Eduardo did not need this extra double turbo energy. Here comes a nest ball from Andreas. Let's see what the grab is. Didn't grab Dreepy's last turn. Does play the Toad Scroll as well, but that's not good in this matchup. Is now eyeing up an extra Iron Thorns. How many Dreepy does Andreas play? Why did Andreas get a Dreepy on that last turn off the trolley? Now he's looking at the Toad School. What does Toad School ever do for us, though? I feel like it doesn't do anything. You retreat both double turbos and get a chance for a 240 with Jet. Ooh, that is true. That is true. As long as there's enough energy in the deck. Okay, now we see the Crispin coming in. There's the Lightning. There's the Psychic. We don't KO the Ursaluna here. Gonna hit it for 140, so it'll have 60 HP remaining, I believe. There should be 6 on it right now from the Dragapult spread from earlier. I feel like this is a play we should have gone into more aggressively, though. Moves the Psychic. The active Iron Thorns is also stuck active here. 140 damage being dealt. A couple different ways, actually, for Eduardo to win this turn. Could go Hard Retreat plus Jet back to the active. Double chops 3 energy onto the Ursaluna. Or could just Hard Retreat and then attack with Chinchino with 4 energy as well. So the question is, how many energy are left in the deck? There's 2 in the hand, I believe. There's a double turbo. Oh, actually, it might just be just a double turbo. There's a rat. There's a double turbo in hand. Maybe there's a jet in hand as well. There might have been a jet in hand as well. Was retreating the Ursaluna, jet it back up, and boss Thorns a good play? No, because the ability is then shut off if Thorns is in the active. All right, chops number 1. 2 energy. 3 energy. There's only 3 energy left, so there's no way to one-hit KO this Iron Thorns. But you could just hard retreat the Ursaluna to the Lugia and then punch with Lugia. Or you could wait. You could let the Ursaluna get KO'd, potentially, because I guess Andreas could whiff an energy, but it's unlikely between Crispin and energy. And even like Night Stretcher. You could wait, see if Andreas even gets the knockout, because otherwise you might get another attach with the Ursaluna. Or you could just attach 0 energy and then hard retreat to Lugia, punch with Lugia, and then you have Lugia and Rat set up as potential attackers. Or even the Ursaluna, you could still attack with Ursaluna as well. We see this, puts the energy on Luminion. I just want to see a hard retreat, then shuffle Luminion back to the deck. Build up a little bit of damage, but leave no... We could have actually jet up the Luminion, though, from Eduardo. Eduardo probably should have played the jet then, because then we could have saved all this energy on the Ursaluna. I feel like that's definitely a mistake there from Eduardo on that previous turn. Keeps the double turbo, which makes sense, I think, because for this thing to attack again, you need a double turbo on it. Luminion hits for 100. And then I guess you could just push up Ursaluna again, or the Chinchino. Both those work as like things to send up here. Oh, send up an Archeops, that also works, I guess, as well. Well, now you can't get all 3 energy out of the deck. You only get 2, but maybe that's fine. You could literally just sit here and wait until you draw into Boss Jet. And I believe Eduardo does have 1 Boss left. I think I saw it in the deck. So Eduardo could literally just sit here and wait until you have Boss and Jet in hand. Then you jet up Lugia. Boss KO. This now damaged Iron Thorns. So for Andreas here, you definitely can't just knock out the active, obviously. The Archeops doesn't KO your Iron Thorns, though. So it is possible that Eduardo cannot... Oh, has the boss on the Lugia, so just going for it. But this does mean this will be game. Oh, wait, we could draw into all the energy off the gift energy, though, actually, here from Eduardo. If you draw into all the energy, you can't set up Chinchino or the Ursaluna. Let's see if how many energy Eduardo draws here. They're all in the deck right now, and the deck did get shuffled. There was a couple on the bottom, but now they're all shuffled into the deck. Looks like 0 energy, so should be safe here. Lugia gets KO'd. I see 0 energy off the draw. Ooh, maybe a gift? But there should be 100 on the active, so a 2 energy Chinchino gets the win. Ursaluna should also work, though. There's the chops. Double turbo stayed in the deck. Okay, yeah, plenty of energy in the deck. Do the active, and then swing with Ursaluna for the win here. And Eduardo wins 2-1 over the Thorns Pult with Klefki. So maybe there maybe was 4 Thorns in there. There maybe was 4 Thorns in there. It just also has Klefkis in there as well to increase the odds of starting with one of those disruptive, those ability disruptive basic Pokemon. And that was asymmetrical. That was the asymmetrical top cut round. That was 8th and 9th seed play-in for 8th seed. Or to progress to top 8. So now we're going into top 8. I don't know if they started the other top 8 matches. It's possible they did. Maybe they waited. I don't think they did. Maybe they did. I don't think they did. So we should be going to top 8 now. Yeah, Kato won. It was Japan, dude. That's impressive. It's funny though. Holy smokes. Dude, is this real? And I can show this to y'all. How am I gonna show this to y'all? Do I usually do this? This. Dude. I predicted 3 Japanese players in top cut. There's 4 Japanese players in top cut of Perth. That is crazy. Japan, dude, Japan bodied them over there. They got farmed. They got farmed. Japan just came through, picked up an invite. Kato got a Worlds invite from winning. Hero, not quite. There was 23 Japanese players there versus 260 Australian players there, and 4 of them made top cut. That is an insane... That's an insane ratio conversion. Whatever you want to call it. It's insane. Check the decks on Limitless. I mean, they're probably not up. Oh, wait, they are up. Okay, hold up. So some Cloth, Terapagos, a couple Guardies. Ruki played Guardy. That's a familiar name. Oh, they were at Sacramento as well. In Louisville. They're traveling. I wonder if they're going to go to Toronto. 2 Guardy. Well, what kind of Guardy builds were they? Unfair. Unfair slow. It's a slow guardy, right? This is slow guardy. Was it Devo? No Devo for Charizard? Hella slow guardy. And Kato played... Yo, Kato played his guardy, man. No concealed cards, Greninja. Still has the Tatsugiri in there. Two stretcher, one rod. So the more aggressive recovery. I kind of like that, though, to be honest. Because usually when you're playing Super Rod, you're recovering like a one... Well, you just need like one Pokemon back and hoping to draw into it. No Americans in top 8. No, I think Rahul was on the winning in. Haruki was the player who beat Lucas with the crazy board lock play. Oh, was that Haruki? With the Charizard play? 3 Dark Energy? Yeah, super Monkey Dory heavy build. Super Monkey Dory heavy build. Yeah, 2 Cloth Terapagos, an Iron Thorns from Regi, Quad Thorns, no canceling clones. Thank goodness, bro. 2 Catcher. I thought it was 2 Crushing Hammers. 2 Eerie. I wonder what matchup the Eries are for. What even? I guess like just resources. Maybe even against Gardevoir, it's pretty good, right? Probably decent against Gardevoir. Is this literally Robin's build? Oh, it literally is the Robin Schultz 60. Genesect in there and everything. This one's going to be a little bit different. Zoroark V, of course. Got to have the Zoroark V. Oh, that leads to a more powerful turn 1 attack combo. You can Zoroark V into Pecharunt. Wait, what are you knocking out with that, though? What are you getting a KO on that with? How much does this do again? 30 damage? You switch into the Pecharunt. So the total damage output is like 110. What are we KOing? Like Monkey Dory? I guess. Let's just KO stuff like Monkey Dory. That's still pretty chill. Zork's chill. Zork's chill. Cram. Does KO Cram, yeah. Yeah, it's a KO's like Monkey Dories, and I guess it KO's Cloth, right? It also KO's Cloth for the mirror, because the Cloth will have 110 HP because it'll be poisoned. That's actually kind of cool, yeah. Oh, you can Mochi it as well. Oh, shoot. Hold up. We're hitting numbers. We're doing numbers out here. Yeah, because you can Mochi it, poison your Zoroark, poison their active, Zoroark hit and run to the Pecharunt. Woo, that's cooking. I like the Zoroark. That's cool. Also, there's a Fluttermane in here, which is definitely less cool. Honestly, the Fluttermane's kind of cringe, but it might be correct to run it. I guess it's there for the Thorns in like the Dragapult decks, right? You want to be able to push that up to actually gain access to your... Yeah, you want to be able to gain access to all your abilities, all your rule box abilities to actually play the game against Iron Thorns decks. And there was a Orange Dragapult and a Quad Thorns and Cut, and then there was 2 Dragos. Probably nothing crazy in these. This is literally the Torch 60. This is literally the Torch 60 from Stuttgart. Just squad. We don't see this build here. Yeah, Slow Guardy. Having a pretty good tournament. Overall, it looks like these are both Slow Guardy builds, right? Was it same 60? Not quite same 60. Is it literally just Radiant Greninja? No, there's only 3 Iono in this build as well. 1 Candy. 2 Artisan. Did Kato play any Candy? No Candy. Still 2 Artisan. Yeah, Slow Guardy. Taking its time. That's good for Duraludon, which Brute box has problems with. Oh yeah, you can get like the KOs on the Duraludons, true. Was there a day 1 stream for Perth? No. Perth, there was no stream. But yeah, dude, Japan absolutely farming the Australians big time. 23 players. That's a decent amount of players who went over there, to be honest. I wasn't sure how many players were actually gonna make their way over there. Looks like Daichi went as well. Ryuki. Yeah, 4 of them in top cut is crazy. I predicted 3 on the podcast. Wait, hang on. What was the asymmetrical cut though? Actually, in asymmetrical cut, did Rahul make asymmetrical? No, it was just Natalie. Natalie lost to... I guess we don't know who Natalie lost to, actually, based on standings. It might have been Haruki, though. How can we see that? Top 16 cut. Would this show it? Oh no, we can just go to the end of round 10, right? The end of round 10. 23, 23, 20. Wait, hang on. Oh, wait, maybe there was a... Oh, wait, hang on. How big of a top cut was this? $23. No, so Natalie made top 8 then, right? Or am I trolling? Why does that look so weird? Hang on, let's see what it looks like on RK9. Okay, there was 2. Okay, so yeah, so Natalie lost to Haruki, and then... No, Nebraska beat Jeremy. Oh, wait, where's Jeremy from? What is SG? What is SG? Is that Singapore? What flag is this? Singapore? Oh, wait, so wait, that was... In cut, then, that's 5 out-of-region players, right? Shoot, where am I going? It is Singapore? Okay. 1. So 4 from Japan, 1 from Singapore. Wait, what even makes up the Oceania region anymore? Is Oceania literally just Australia and New Zealand? Oh, shoot. How many out-of-region players were there in Bogota? I gotta know. Okay. Just 1. Owen. Why in 9th? I don't know where any of these countries are. But there's Owen. So that's 6. There's 5 out-of-region players in Perth and 1... Because me and Chip did a prediction on the podcast. How many out-of-region players would make top cut at the events this weekend? And I predicted 6. Chip predicted 5. But it looks like there's 5 at Perth, which is crazy. And then there's 1, Owen Dalgard, here at Bogota. So that's 6. That means I win the prediction. Insane. Easy dubs. Does Mexico count as NA? No. Well, region... Well, yes. Mexico is part of North America, but region-wise for the PokemonTCG, they're part of the Latin American region. Is there a tourney next weekend? Yeah, there's Toronto next weekend. Yeah, I'm leaving... I mentioned this a couple times throughout the week, but I'm leaving tonight to go to Chips so we can film some more content for the secondary Uncommon Energy channel. So there's no streams next week. I'm gonna go on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. I'm gone throughout the week. I leave tonight, but I'll be back for Toronto for Saturday. I'll be back to stream Toronto on Saturday. And then there's actually like there's literally a month hi Zul, we had our Malaysian Premier League this weekend as well, but it's a best of 1. Yeah, dude, it's super. I saw the stream for that last night. Zul, if you got the time between rounds, check out the 2 hour 30-minute 33 in the Malaysian Premier Ball League stream. You're in for a treat. Trust. Do you have the link for the stream? Oh, wait, I think I found it. Premier Ball League, Malaysia, TCG Division. Okay. Did you say 2 hours, 39, 30, 30? Would you say 239, 30, 30? Oh, at 2. No, I'm at 239, 30, 30. It's a commercial. What do you mean? $239, 30, 30. $239, 36. It's a commercial. Unless I'm on the wrong. No, that's it, right? Premiere Ball streamed 7 hours ago. Yeah. Wait, is this for the? No, that is TCG. Yeah. You think Archaludon is worth taking to Toronto? Probably not. No. I'm gonna go make my breakfast real fast. And get an energy drink. I'll be right back. All right, looks like I'm back just in time for that turn 1 Vessel on the Iono. We got the Drago versus, I would assume Charizard, but I can't tell for sure what's going on the side of Victor. But I assume it is the Zard. I saw Luminion in the hand, Rotom in the active. Is that the only deck that plays Rotom and Luminion right now? It might actually be. It might be. 152.15. Okay, sounds good. I'll check it out after this match. Running prizes, it's probably Zard. So definitely a Drago favored matchup. See what kind of start Francisco gets off to here, though. Just the pawn in the active so far. Other pawn comes down. Where's the Drago, though? No Drago turn 1. It's never a good sign. That's what you're looking for. Goes ahead and vessels away the Tina aggressively. Seems fine. Got a couple more grass energy. So it is going to be a whiff on the turn 1 Drago and attach, which isn't like terrible. Obviously you want it, but not going to get it this time. That's fine. Ooh, even attach is active. I'm not sure I like that attachment active. I guess it's okay. Minion coming out here for Victor. Yeah, it is Charizard, it looks like. So we'll see if this Luminion has to be the setup Pokemon here, or if there is other like Buddy Poffins and stuff like that in the hand here for Victor. Or if this Luminion's got to find the Arvin. I assume, well, if we're putting Luminion in play, this Luminion has to find the Arvin. For the Buddy Poffin. Do we also have to like burn Force Sealstone potentially, I guess, as well as a question, to get enough basic Pokemon on the bench to feel safe? Oh, but I guess in this situation, it's just Ogrepons. But that, I guess, like, do we want one Charmander, one Pidgey here? Like, what do we even... Yeah, I guess that's like... Because we could still see Francisco have, like, Prime Catcher or Boss KO on the next turn. So do you want to go Arvin for Force Sealstone plus Poffin and then get double Poffin that way? Let me see. That's what is grabbed here. Poffin number 1 here. I'm sure will be for Charmander Pidgey. Now, do you burn the Force Sealstone right now to play around Francisco having attached Boss? Force Sealstone on the active, and it's going to go ahead and use it aggressively. I assume second Charmander will come out here. The question from there, I think, is do you get Duskull or do you just get second Pidgey? I wouldn't hate to see just second Pidgey, second Charmander, to be honest. Excuse me. Does prioritize the Duskull, though. This does leave an opportunity over to Francisco to go, honestly, Gust KO lone Pidgey. Generally, you don't want to do that in this matchup, though. You do want to play for like 2-2-2 for the prize knockouts. You don't want to actually go for a 1 prize knockout from the Drago player. So the play we'll probably see here from Francisco is just retreat to Cleffa and hide behind Cleffa for a turn, and then go into Drago on the following turn. There's a Rotom for 3 to end the turn. And Francisco does have... Ooh, there is a Prime Catcher top deck, though. That makes things interesting. Cleffa's prized. Oh, unfortunate. I think Francisco is going to go for Prime plus Iono. It is a risky play, though, I guess. Gust Duskull? No, you never gust the Duskull here. You always gust the Pidgey. If you're going to gust anything. Finally found an S-Ball here from Francisco. I mean, with Cleffa being prized... yeah, I don't even know, to be honest. With Cleffa being prized... You can't really hide behind a 1 prizer here. I mean, I don't hate the idea of Francisco going for Prime the Pidgey plus Iono. You generally don't want to take a 1 prize knockout in this matchup, though. You generally want to take a 2 prize... Like, you want to take, like, 2 prize turns only, basically. I don't hate it. Yeah, I really don't hate the play. I'm curious to see what... Oh, wait, can we get a KO with on the Luminion? Oh, maybe we can get a KO on Luminion here, actually. We haven't attached for turn yet. Okay, if we can get the Luminion KO, okay, that's something, actually. That is the 2 prize knockout. You could punch Rotom and then pult the fish and KO the Rotom with the spread. That would have been an interesting play as well. Honestly, just punch. Also, you could punch the fish, I guess, to try and achieve the same thing. But now you burn your Prime Catcher here as Victor. And we do see the attachment coming down to the Drago V-Star as well. Yeah, so honestly, just punch and chill. Is playing the Noctowl. He's getting the Hoot Hoot established here. Now, there is like a risk that Francisco still could get the first 2 prize cards here if the full combo is found with us alongside a Dusclops. So we could see Victor still go like pop Dusclops, Candy Charizard, stuff like that. It'd be pretty hard to pull off after just losing the Rotom hand, but it is possible. I guess I could see... We could see Francisco retreat to the Hoot Hoot here and still hide behind a 1-prizer for the turn. We'll see, though. Or is it going to be the punch with the pawn? Goes for the pawn punch here. 120 to Luminion, which does set up for Luminion to be KO'd later by Dragapult spread or Kyurem as well. You could even go for a Kyurem, like 4-prize turn or something. There is the top deck Dusclops there from Victor, which is one of the pieces you would need. I see a Charizard in the hand as well, but I don't see a rare candy for sure. Well, it looks like the hand might be a little bit... I can't tell for sure. It looks like it is going to be just a Rotom for 3, though. Oh, no, there is an Iono. Hold up, hold up. There is at least an Iono in the hand. I think there's a Charizard, no candy. But we could find Pop, Dusclops, Candy, Charizard to take the first 2 prizes. Oh, he's going to pop it ahead of time onto the Drago. This gives a prize card over to Francisco, so that means Francisco will draw 1 less card off of that Iono coming up. I don't know about Super Radiant back, though. Oh, maybe we do want to shuffle the deck, though, because depending on what's on the bottom of the deck, we'd maybe want to shuffle the deck here, though. Okay. So go ahead. Dusclops back to the deck. Counter Catcher on the Drago as well. Wait, I don't even know if this is what you want to KO, though. If you get Charizard here, your Charizard is just going to go down immediately to an Ogerpon. But I guess you take away the Legacy Star. Maybe that is the more important thing. Or you also take away the possibility of like a Dragapult attack 4-prize turn, KOing Rotom and Luminion. So yeah, maybe going after the Drago is still correct here. Also, the Kyurem play would be available. Okay, the more I think about it, KOing Drago is probably correct here. There's the attach to the active Luminion, bench Charmander, and Iono. I don't know about the 3rd Charmander bench, but everything else seems fine. There's Candy. Oh, no Charizard, though. So a whiff there. He's thinking about retreating into a Charmander, it looks like here. And this will play around the Ogerpon, like just switch into Ogerpon, KO Luminion here. Now you can only get 1 prize card on the Charmander. This does open up for like a potentially 3-prize turn here from Francisco with the Dragapult attack, KO the active, KO Luminion. You could also go into a Kyurem play here for a 4-prize turn, KO Luminion, KO Pidgey, KO Bench Charmander. You could also Kyurem, KO triple Charmander, but then the Thornton play is possible. Thornton on the Rotom, Candy Pidgeot, Thornton, Rotom, Candy Charizard. That becomes like a potential play. I don't even know how scared you are of that. Thornton, Rotom into Candy. Kyurem is prized. Oh, Kyurem is prized. Oh, Thornton is prized. Well, yeah, but Francisco doesn't know that. We're talking about like potential, not plays that are like realities. We're like, what should you play around here? Like, what is the correct play from Francisco? Because Francisco knows that Charizard plays. What's it called? Francisco knows that Charizard plays the Thornton. So what are we playing around here as Francisco is the question. You can also actually just go Dragapult, knockout active, knockout Pidgey, to be honest. We did get the fire for the Drago. There's a switch into the Mew. There's the V-Star. And then into the research. Yeah, Kyurem, Boss, Cleffa. On the other side, Thornton, double Iono. So there's no more Ionos here for Francisco. What was the draw? What attacking options do we even have in the discard pile? Just Tina. It might have to be a Legacy Star here. Or maybe a retreat to the Hoot Hoot and pass. Once again, you don't want to take a 1-prize knockout if you can avoid it. I mean, the Luminion is sitting on the bench to potentially be cleaned up later. But yeah, no, Francisco's going to go with the chill play. Hoot Hoot and chill. All right, there's the collapse. Gets rid of Lumidian. And that would have been like the risk there from... or that would have been like the, I don't know, the punish. Or like one of the things that was possible as a response. Just wrote him for 3 again from Victor. So pretty bad start here from Victor. But yeah, if Francisco had committed to Ogerpon, KO Charmander, and then collapsed the way the Luminion happened, plus maybe Turo or Thornton the Rotom out of play as well, then all of a sudden all these liabilities are leaving play, and you took like a 1 prize knockout for your first KO. Then all of a sudden Victor's winning the prize exchange. You gotta hopefully pull off something here as Francisco now. And once again, you do have a couple good options here as Francisco. You can go with, I mean, just Gus KO Rotom. I think the best play here for Francisco at this point is attack with Dragon Ball, KO active, KO the Pidgey. But so what's your take on best A-Spec and Charizard EX right now? Probably Unfair Stamp. Okay, double E-Switch I think we see. Fire. And then the research. Dragapult hits the discard pile, so it's there. And I think I see a Drago V-Star on the draw as well. So finally, Francisco is putting it together here. This is what, turn 4? Is this turn 4 for Francisco? And all this time, Victor has done mostly nothing. But now, Francisco, super set up. Oh, wait, this Francisco has an extra prize card as well. I forgot about that, actually. I forgot Francisco got a prize card from the Dusclops earlier on in the game. So Francisco's in a ridiculously good spot now. So Francisco could have gone for a 1 prize knockout on that previous turn, to be honest. Instead of running to Hoot Hoot, Francisco definitely could have gone for a 1 prize knockout, to be honest. I forgot that Francisco had 1 prize card drawn already from that Dusclops pop. I'm not sure. There's no timer right now on this left-hand side over here. For the asymmetrical round, they only had 50 minutes of time. They only had 50 minutes of time set. So I wonder if it's 50-minute top cut. It could be. I assume for the asymmetrical round, they would do the same amount that they would do for every other top cut round. So it is possible that they only have 50-minute top cut, which means at this point I'd maybe concede as Victor, to be honest. We finally see a Charizard coming out here, but the Ogerpons are on the bench ready to respond. I feel like you need counter catcher KO Ogerpon here. I sure are looking for Luminion here. I don't think Victor if Victor's getting Luminion here, I feel like Victor doesn't know that he prized 2 Ionos. He's immediately eyeing up the Arven, so maybe he does know. Couple passes through. Oh, you can Arven for Unfair Stamp, I guess. But Legacy Star is still available. Like, this is the chance that this does anything is like... Wait, what happened to Francisco's Mew? Oh, it got collapsed away, right? I was like, where did it go? Yeah, with Legacy Star still remaining, I think this feels like an impossible uphill battle. Yeah, I feel like you need to go counter catcher KO Ogerpon here as Victor. You have to ignore the Drago on this turn. We do have the Defiance Band on the active, so you can knock out the Drago, but then the Ogerpon just needs a Grass Energy to respond, knock you out. The hand draw was okay there. No counter catcher, so I don't know if Victor would have gone for the play if Victor had the option. We take the knockout on the Drago, get the first 2 prize cards here for Victor. Ogerpon immediately pushed here from Francisco. We'll see what the draw is here. Just needs a Grass Energy to get this knockout. Immediately into the Legacy Star. This is a good sign for Victor. That's what you want to see, was the Legacy Star getting used immediately here. We'll see what Francisco grabs. There's Superior in the discard pile. That would get the Grass Energy and a lot more other energy actually as well. I see the Radzard in the hand, another Ogerpon, and a Boss. So the Superior would be a little bit costly. You'd have to give some good cards out of hand. There's the Superior grab. Oh, maybe it is going to get a little awkward here for Francisco. We'll be going down to one prize card. Goes for the Mew, so valuing that draw power. This seems pretty good still, though. If you can keep the boss. Oh, it wasn't Ogerpon's art. Oh, the last card is what? So it's Mew boss and now a bunch of energy in hand. This is still looking pretty good here for Francisco. If you just set up Ogerpon to be a big threat. Ooh, I don't know if I like the second. No, you probably do use it. Because like you could attach fire for turn to the active Ogerpon. And then just make it a big threat to be able to KO Luminion or Rotom on that next turn. That's what I think I want to see Francisco do here. Attach the fire to the active. Attach fire to the active, or I guess Grass to Drago are both decent here. It's definitely got a little bit closer here at the end. But I think because... So just going for the second Ogerpon setup instead. It is unlikely Radzard gets used here from Victor on this next turn. Immediately into the Charmander push. But now Victor needs to take a knockout on the active with a Radzard. And then hope... It needs to go Radzard KO active here. And then hope that Francisco doesn't have a Grass Energy for the Regidrago to close out the game. But there is 7 Grass Energy in play here, actually. Maybe Francisco can't attack with? Actually, this might be possible here from Victor. And I think Francisco didn't need to attach that extra Grass Energy on the last turn. But on Victor's side, didn't Victor attach? And while Victor's going through the sequence here, we can go back and look, actually. I feel like Victor attached an energy to Charmander. Oh, but the energy to Charmander was attached before the unfair stamp. But we didn't need to attach it. We didn't need to attach it. Here comes the Fez for 3. Pidgey also made its way to the bench here. I see no energy in hand, though. I see Candy Charizard, but Candy Charizard immediately gets responded to by an Ogerpon. Now that the Pidgey's on the bench, there is a way to actually win the game with that Ogerpon as well. If the Pidgey didn't make its way to the bench, though, here, Victor could have gone Candy Charizard plus run to... Oh, no, wait, we can make that still happen, actually, if we just found a Super Rod, because we could retreat Super Rod energy back to the deck, Candy Charizard, and then there's nothing on the bench that Ogerpon could have KO'd. But it looks like it is just going to be a concede here from Victor. It doesn't quite have the ability to get into the Radzard. And picks it up. I think there was a decent amount of E-switches left for Francisco as well, so could have just E-switched over to the Drago to respond to the Radzard as well, potentially. Still had Pheasantipity in the deck, had the draw power with the Mew there as well. So, was still probably in a pretty decent spot for Francisco. Still had outs. Francisco definitely still had outs. Wait, can't Victor win with Boss Drago Stall? No, there's still E-switches left. E-switches and at least one boss. Also, Fire Energy Retreat. So do you think any chance for a Scramble Switch to be better than Prime and Drago? There's a chance, yeah. I mean, it's not right now, I don't think. I think Prime's better right now. But it's possible in the future, depending on the meta, maybe. Well, I don't even know if that's true, though. Prime just feels like the better card in the deck. Yeah, Prime just feels like the better card in the deck. Probably not. Prime will always probably be better. Oh yeah, rotation gets rid of Drago. Yeah, the answer is no. Prime is always going to be better. I forgot that rotation is coming up and Drago rotates. I was like, maybe in the future after rotation. So yeah, I would say nope. Okay, prize cards. Dragon Pulse prized. Nothing huge, to be honest. Cleffa Start is good. G Star is fine. Victor is going first now. And I believe does have a decent hand here. Ooh, Ultra Balls away the Thornton. Not going to have the Thornton option later on, which I feel like every time I watch this matchup, Thornton is always like, you don't use it every game, but like it always seems like a really, really powerful option. Yeah, Thorn always seems like a super, super powerful option, or like potentially high impact play. I believe Victor does have 4 Shieldstone in hand, so we will be able to find a Poff in here and go get ourselves a couple Charmanders. There's the Poffin. Oh, Duskull Charmander. Okay, so once a potential of an aggressive turn 2. Seems fine. Well, now with the Thornton gone, though, Francisco could go for like a turn 1 Ogre Pawn Prime KO Charmander, to be honest. You could go like double pawn E-Switch, or even Dragon Laser KO the Charmander. That'd be like a fine play because there's no Thornton to threaten potential Charizard on the next turn. I definitely wouldn't play around Palpad in this situation. Even if Victor played Palpad, playing Palpad and then having to find the Thorn again would be almost impossible. Although I guess Victor does have the Unfair Stamp in hand. And draw 3 off Rhodey. Oof, that hand is super mid. The hand is literally like living off of Unfair Stamp. It's probably just going to be like a draw pass here from Victor. We'll see. Matchup is Drago versus Charizard. We're in top 8 right now. We're in top 8. Do they keep a battle log at regionals? No. Wait, what do you mean by battle log? Like every action? All right, Francisco aggressively searches out the Ogre Pawn here. With the Nest Ball. Couple Drago V-Stars in the hand. And has a research. That's fine, though. It's not that big of a deal. Well, actually, it depends on the recovery that Francisco plays. There's not a Drago V-Star prized. Yeah, we know Francisco plays the Superior. Look for another Ogre Pawn. Bro, where's our Drago? Has Squawkabilly. I really don't like the Squawkabilly bench, though. I would just research. Why are we benching Squawkabilly here? Yeah, I don't like this sequence at all. We'll just get a Drago and attach to your Drago. What are we doing? And then play research. Oh, we did play the research. I would even bench the Squawkabilly there. We have Cleffa to rely on the next turn. Losing that bench space seems like not worth it at all. Yeah, I don't like this sequence at all here from Francisco. The initial Ogre Pawn for an energy was fine, but after that, we should just get a Drago, attach to our Drago, play the research, discard. Well, we wouldn't have even drawn the Squawkabilly in that situation. Discard the hand, and then just draw with Clef afterwards. Now we don't have room for Mew or Pheasantipity. Yeah, we have lost so much bench space here. There we do use the Squawk there pretty efficiently, though. That's fine. We have lost so much bench space now, though. We don't have bench space for Dippity or Mew, or to preemptively bench Radzard, or there's like one more in there as well. Oh, the Hoot Hoot. Yeah, the Squawkabilly bench there I think was really, really bad from Francisco. I think we should have just like got the attachment down to the Drago more aggressively and then played for the Cleffa draw. Another Charmander searched out here from Victor. I'm gonna go back to the prize cards real fast for just a second. Oh, that was the last game. Did they show them? I think they showed the prize cards at some point, right? I just want to check if... What do I even want to check? Well, it's not... I don't think it's prized. Okay, so just bench Charmander, draw 3 with Rotom from Victor. Over to Francisco, drawing some cards with Pawn to start the turn. A Kyurem attack here would be pretty devastating with Thornton in the discard pile. We'll see if Francisco can put it together and find a Kyurem attack here on this turn. Another Ogre Pawn being used. Yeah, because you could just Kyurem, you could knock out Mander, Pidgey. And yeah, that'd be tough. Especially if there's no Legacy Star burned to get there. And Francisco's only down 1 E-Switch as well. Here comes a Super Rod, gets back V-Star Fire. I don't even know if there's a dragon in the discard pile as of right now. Now that the V-Star... I mean, there was a couple of V-Stars. There's no attacking options, I don't think, in there. Another E-Switch gets played. Here comes Iono. Had a Prime Catcher in hand as well. Chose not to play it. There's Ultra Ball. There's Radzard. Oof, might be a little bit of a slow turn here. But the hand still, for Victor, is pretty bad. I see just an Ultra Ball and a Candy, but nothing else. Here comes the Ultra Ball. The question is now, is there... What is in the discard pile here? Is eyeing up the Kyurem, actually. Put the Kyurem to the front of the deck. It's just going to be Ultra Ball for Drago V-Star. And then draw with Cleffa. It might just be. Yeah, I think that's what it's going to be here from Francisco now. Luckily for Francisco, though, the hand from Victor is still pretty lackluster. So there's no, like... way for Victor to capitalize, I think, on this slower draw here from Francisco. Yeah, just a Cleffa draw. All right. You can tell Francisco was thinking about the Kyurem there. Wanted to take the Kyurem and evolve the Drago V into the Kyurem. Obviously, you can't do that. But was definitely like, man, I wish I could just get this Kyurem in play. Ultra Ball. From Victor, Candy Pidgeot is available, but does not lead to any major plays. But Victor could just grab an Iono off the Pidgeot and could find Dusclops, Candy, Charizard, Counter Catcher. So it is possible that Victor has like a huge turn this turn. We'll see. The potential is there. It's very, very unlikely that it becomes a reality here. This Iono would have to be crazy. Yeah, we need to be like Candy, Charizard, Counter Catcher, Dusclops. Yeah, it's a lot. There we go. There's the Iono. Attaches return to the Charmander as well. Did have another energy in hand. So if you did draw into too many energy there, you could be in trouble. There's Charizard. There's Dusclops. Oh my gosh. Man, we're getting close. Not quite, though. And no way to candy out a Charizard this turn from Victor, which means you're still in Kyurem range. Kyurem can still board wipe your Charmanders. A third Charmander is not going to save you from Kyurem. So yeah, Kyurem is still a major threat here for Francisco to utilize on that next turn. You evolve to the Dusclops. The Pidgey. I assume you want to run to a Charmander. You don't just want to get Teena'd here. So you definitely don't want to leave this in your active. Well, chill. Retreat this thing. You never leave this in the active here. Sacrifice a Charmander. Charmander, no! I think you always sacrifice Charmander here. Actually, losing the Dusclops. You always give up a Charmander. It's not even close. It's not even a question. I mean, your single Dusknoir getting KO'd isn't that big of a deal, but... Alright. Still no Kyurem found for Francisco. Kyurem was the next card in the deck. It's right there on the top. I actually question if Francisco should have played the Vessel at all or not. I don't know if there was a grass in the hand to cycle with, though. To cycle an Ogerpon with. All Francisco needs to do is find Kyurem and then knock out Triple Charmander. And Francisco's in a ridiculously good spot. Goes into the V-Star. Is getting aggressive here now. Still has not discarded the Kyurem. Still in the deck, hanging out. That Vessel play was actually really bad from Francisco now, then, I feel like. Yeah. It was a really bad play from Francisco to play the Vessel before just popping the V-Star then, I think. I feel like you're locked into the Kyurem play at this point, though. I feel like you don't really have a choice. But now you have to get like Ultra Ball to find Kyurem, and now you don't have a way to discard the Kyurem. Oh, maybe we do something else though. It's going for Prime Catcher Super Odd. I guess we could just like Tina KO Pidgeot, right? Maybe we should go Tina KO Pidgeot. Maybe that's the play here. Did Tina make its way to the discard pile? Tina's in there, so Tina is in there. Second Drago getting set up. Okay, I don't hate this play. I like this play. Just KO the Pidgeot, remove the Quick Search. Yeah, Prime on the Pidgeot. Not as good of a turn as we would have liked here from Francisco, but it'll do. It's something. Technically, I guess. I feel like this gives a big opening over to Victor, though, now. For Victor to make some plays happen. Well, we could actually get Briar involved here. From Victor. We could go for a 2-prize knockout. And then Francisco has... What? Francisco has... Oh, yeah, we could do that. We could get a Briar combo off here from Victor over 2 turns here. I don't even know if Francisco has an Iono left. You just got to get a 2 prizes knockout this turn as Victor. Which shouldn't be too difficult, I would hope. Oh my gosh. Does Victor not have a way to gust? I think Victor whiffed. Dude, that is so bad. Oh, no, and the Defiance Band got discarded earlier. Oh, but it'll be really bad to go on odd prize cards right now as Victor. Put Francisco on odd prizes, because then you can't Briar next turn. Dude, there's like no good... Oh my gosh, that's so bad. The Defiance Band got discarded turn 1, I think. So we can't even go like pop... Oh, wait, we have Unfair Stamp. We have Unfair Stamp. But Unfair Stamp needs to draw us like Candy Charizard Countercatcher. It has to be a ridiculous draw off the Unfair Stamp. Because Victor is short 2 pieces. Victor is short the Candy and the Gust. Is going to pop the Dusclops first here. Oh, we could put 50 on the active and then KO it. Oh, wait, this is fine. We can just like 50 on the active with the Dusclops. Wait, then why didn't we just get Candy off the Arvid and then go Candy Charizard? Now I'm confused. I forgot that we could damage the active with the Dusclops because I was tunnel visioned on the Briar play of going like Countercatcher KO, the Drago off the bench, or the Ogre Pawn, and then next turn pop Dusclops, or play Briar, pop Dusclops, KO Cleffa, counter catcher, again, KO a 2-prizer. Or I guess you could just KO the active at that point, right? Yeah, I was tunnel visioned on that. But we can just pop Dusclops and damage the active here. It just feels way worse, I feel like, than playing for the option on the Briar play. Because now we always lose. If Francisco draws the correct cards, right? If Francisco draws well, then, or draws all the cards, we just always lose. But isn't Need Candy as Melon? Did Melon come and play last turn? I thought Melon just got evolved. No, Melon must have just been evolved because Victor literally had Charizard in hand. There's an Ultra Ball, but no candy. But Victor could have just gotten candy off of the Arven there instead of the unfair stamp. I feel like that's what Victor should have just gone for then if we're just going to go down this route. Draw into an immediate Iono from Francisco. Francisco just wants to take a KO this turn. Francisco just needs a grass energy. Also, if you drew away to discard Kieran plus grass energy, you just win, but... if Francisco whiffs here, it is still winnable. And Victor does have Candy Charizard in hand. Okay. The comeback might be happening. There's the Arven to get the Ultra Ball. I think we have the candy in the hand. So finally, Victor can set up a Charizard. Took a while, but we are here. Now the question is, what do you Ultra Ball away? Giving up a Poffin and a Pidgey, it looks like, to conserve that Luminion for later. And Francisco is pretty low on resources at this point. Francisco is still ahead on the prize exchange. And there will always be a Charmander on the bench chillin' that can get KO'd here. Oh, maybe there won't be, actually. We can maybe get everything out of range of an Ogre Pawn knockout, actually. I take it back. Let's see what Francisco does next turn. Francisco did also prize the Superior Energy Retrieval. I don't know where it is right now. It might be in the deck. We maybe pulled it off the prize cards and it might be in the deck from the Unfair Stamp. Alright, Cleffa gets pushed here after the knockout finally from Victor. Francisco just needs... okay, there's the Superior. There's the Kyurem finally hitting the discard pile. But we're not using it this turn, I don't think. I think we're using Ogre Pawn. Yeah, I think so, right? Ogre Pawn's got to be the play here. Okay, Pawn for 1 to start off with. Then we have the attachment for turn. The Ogre Pawn can take the knockout on the Charizard. And then from there, Francisco needs to find a way to KO a... potentially just a Charmander or a Charmeleon. I mean, a Gust here is what the big card for Francisco, I think, at this point, is going to be to find a Gust effect. Get this last prize card. Okay, here comes the Ogre Pawn knockout. No additional draw support was set up this turn from Francisco. No Mew, no Pheasantipity. So Iono here, plus knockout, is going to be pretty brutal, I feel like, from Victor. And Victor does have the Luminion in hand. The Drago will be left in play and set up. So you don't really need to protect your Charmander this turn, because the Drago can KO the Pheasantipity or the Rotom. Or if Luminion enters the field, KO the Luminion as well. Broad happening now. Recovering Radzard or Energy Charizard. Maybe the Radzard? Just Energy Charizard. Okay. Oh no, I guess Francisco is down to 1 prize card, so you do want to candy the bench Charizard, because otherwise you lose to a Kyurem attack. Okay, yeah. So Victor does want to get double Charizard out this turn to protect the... because otherwise you lose to Kyurem. Kyurem KO Charmander on the bench. Double candy in hand? Do we ever draw with Pheasantipity first here? I think we maybe do draw with Pheasantipity first here. Yeah, I would draw with Pheasantipity first here, I think. Candy going to the bottom of the deck. There's a candy in the Lost Zone, candy on the bottom of the deck, candy in the discard pile. There's only 1 candy left. The chance that you actually protect this Charmander on the bench is so unlikely now, I feel like. There's 1 Charizard. And there was an Ultra Ball in hand as well. I don't even know. Is second Charizard even in the deck? Yeah, I definitely like the Fez first there from Victor to try and find... because now we just lose to a Grass Energy. I don't know how Francisco will be able to find a grass energy with no draw power in play, but it's possible. Yeah, the other Charizard was in the deck. Yeah, I don't like that sequence there from Victor at all. Victor definitely should have used Pheasantipity first before the Iono to potentially try and find Candy Charizard. We had the Ultra Ball here. We have one Charizard. We are short a Candy. And we did just ship one to the Lost Zone before we played the Iono. And then one went to the bottom of the deck as well. So yeah, don't like that sequence at all there from Victor. Victor definitely should have protected that Charmander. For sure. The thing for Francisco, though, is I don't know if Victor has a boss in hand. There's the knockout. Cleffa gets pushed up. Top deck for turn from Francisco. So Francisco can hide behind Cleffa for a turn because there is no boss in hand here for Victor. Another thing. Ooh, it even has boss on Rotom. I don't know how much I like the boss on Rotom because there's a lot of energy just put back into the deck. Another argument. There could have been an argument for Victor to have not used the Luminion on that previous turn. Even Countercatcher would have worked here for Victor. To not put Luminion in play on that previous turn. If we had used Pheasantipity first, Pheasantipity could have found us the Iono, which means we could have left the Luminion in the deck for Ultra Ball for later on. If Victor does just find Countercatcher here, though. Oh, there it is. Countercatcher on the Billy or the Drago. And Victor does win. Dude, that was a pretty crazy comeback. But I feel like it was just like there's some poor play there from Francisco. The initial bench setup was bad from Francisco. The Squawkabilly coming into play was really, really bad. There's no reason that Squawkabilly should have ever been put on the bench there from Francisco. Put the first Ogre Pawn down, cycle with the pawn, bench your Drago, attach your energy to your Drago, and then play your research. And then draw with Cleffa. Never bench the Squawkabilly. Discard that thing. Bench space is too valuable. You play the Noctowl. You want Mew. You want the option of Pheasantipity. These are all things you want to set up before your opponent gets to do their big Iono turns. And then we saw when the Iono turns hit from Victor, there's no setup. There's no draw support on board from Victor. So yeah, some early poor bench management from Francisco. Now, I don't know if Francisco for sure would have been able to like bench me or bench Pheasantipity, whatever. But we did have less bench space to work with as the game progressed. We actually bench locked ourselves turn one. So yeah, definitely some poor bench management from Francisco. We'll get to go first in this one. Definitely we'll get to go first in this one. Also, I think a bad sequence when we were digging for the Kieran play as well from Francisco. But I didn't know Francisco's hand prior to the Vessel as well. Like, I'm pretty sure Francisco should have V-starred before using the Vessel. So I'm pretty sure that was a mistake there from Francisco. I don't know what Francisco's hand was before the Iono, but it wasn't Kyurem. So I feel like we should have just V-starred first. Looks like a Mew start here for Francisco. A mulligan from Victor. Good question. Why is Trapico so popular right now? I can't want to KO Charizard or anything over 280 without tools. I mean, Trapicos isn't like that. What do you mean by that popular? It's like not that. It's like it's just kind of like a meta deck. It's like 5% meta deck, 6% maybe. Are you talking about Trapicos Dusknoir? I mean that deck has tools to be able to want to KO anything through Dusknoir. They use Dusknoir as their damage modifier. Also, there isn't that many Pokemon. The only Pokemon that have more than 280 HP is literally Charizard and Dragapult. There's like 2 Pokemon, but Dragapult isn't a very popular deck either. It's just Charizard that's popular. Cloth Terrapagos uses Electrode. Yeah, and like Cloth Terrapagos has other means for a one hit. All right, let's see. We found a basic here for Victor. Prize cards getting laid out. A Drago is prized. Unfair Stamp is prized. That's a big one for early disruption. Double Super Rod. Now, that might not be a big deal depending on when the Super Rods are drawn. Pidgey start. And the hand here for Victor is actually pretty lackluster as well. Is it going to be an Ultra Ball for Luminion to actually like play the game, it looks like. The hand there, on the other hand, for Francisco has a ton of options. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in that hand. Research to follow up as well. Starts with a Vessel on the Executor. And then we at least have an Ultra Ball in the hand there, I think, for Francisco, so we can just go get a Drago V and just attach to it and then pass. We don't need to do anything too crazy this turn. We just want to get our attachment down. There's a Nest Ball in the hand, a Canceling Cologne, an Ultra Ball. Oh, I don't like the sequence at all from Francisco then. We should have Ultra Balled for like an attacking option, I feel like. Oh, I guess we could get Ogerpon plus. Well, maybe getting Ogerpon plus Drago V is better. But we could have Ultra Balled away the egg plus something else. Or like Dragapult. Or Kyurem. Kyurem would actually be probably the one to get. I actually like that better from Francisco. I don't like the sequence from Francisco. We should have Ultra Balled for Kyurem. Vesseled away Kyurem. And then Nest Ball for Drago V, attach to Drago V, pass. I think would have been the better. We could have even maybe got a draw in there with Mew, actually. We could have actually maybe just only get one energy off the Vessel. And then this gets us Kyurem in the discard pile. So yeah, this is a bad sequence here from Francisco. Now we're Ultra Balling away a Grass. Now we're drawing less cards off the Mew. What are we getting off this Ultra Ball? Dude, gotta chill with the Billy, man. Gotta chill. Why? Nobody likes this guy anyways. We're losing 2 draw supporters to use Squawkabilly turn 1? Dude. Why are we using Billy? I don't even... Dude. Maybe... I don't know. I'm not sure. Using Billy here is just so unnecessary. It's so unnecessary. Ultra Ball for your Kyurem. Discard your Kyurem. Got the 2 off the restart. See what we get. Get some Punish. Another Fire. And the Noctowl. Love to see it. And then Squawkabilly gets activated here to draw set. This is just, I feel like this is just so unnecessary. Like, Francisco could have played down to, like, Lone Research and then drawn 2 off Mew with Kyurem in the discard pile and an energy on our Regidrago with backup research for the next turn. I feel like this aggressive cycling with the Billy is just unnecessary. Super unnecessary. We'll see how it works out. This does increase our odds of probably pulling off a Kyurem play on the next turn, but it's at the sacrifice of a bench space. I don't know. Not a big Billy on the bench enjoyer, personally. If we could ever play a game without putting Billy on our bench, it just feels so much better. So much better. You just get this, especially with the Owl build specifically, to be honest. If you couldn't have gotten Kyurem in the discard, do you think the Billy would be a good choice? Probably not still, no. Just go get, like, Dragapult, put Dragapult in the discard pile or something. Or actually, if you can't aggressively get Kyurem in the discard pile, I would maybe just go get Ogerpon instead. Yeah, maybe just Ultra Ball for Ogerpon, cycle with Ogerpon. If, like, Kyurem was prized, then I would probably just go get Ogerpon, and then cycle Pawn, plus Drago, plus draw with Mew, and then have research for next turn. But if Kyurem was in the deck, I think we just go Ultra Ball for Kyurem, Vessel away the Kyurem, get a Fire, burn the Canceling Cologne, probably hold Research Super Rod, or even discard the Super Rod off the Ultra Ball, and then just Mew for 2, and then have research for next turn. And go from there. All right, Luminian. Once again, Victor having these unfortunate... These are like really bad starts here for Victor. Ultra Ball for Luminian to set up and play the game. It just feels really bad. Is a really bad opening. Oh, he's going to burn Force Stone early as well? Sheesh. Wait, what are we getting here? A Poffin for 1? What are we getting off this Poffin? Dude, Francisco loves this Duskull turn 1. Oh, it's a Charmander? Dude, what? Wait, why are we getting 3 Charmanders? Why are we using our Forest Seal Stone to get a 3rd Charmander? If Kyurem happens, we lose all of our Charmanders. If Dragapult attacks, like, one attack, it's either 0 Charmanders die, or it's either 1 Charmander dies or 3 Charmanders die. There's never a... Francisco doesn't have an attack that KOs 2 Charmanders. This was a terrible play from Victor. We just used our Forest Seal Stone to put a Charmander in play that doesn't affect anything. Getting the Duskull at least would have been like an option, a new option to have. I see an energy switch in the hand there for Francisco. No Kyurem in the discard pile, though. So if we want to get Kyurem here, we have to Legacy Star. The Kyurem play is really good here, though. For Francisco. Then Pidgey lives, I guess. Oh, okay. That is fine, then, I guess. Okay, maybe that is correct, then. That is maybe correct, then. Because then our Pidgey lives. Okay, that is fair. Yeah, because... Okay. I like the 3rd Charmander grab, actually, then. I like the 3rd Charmander grab. Bro, this man just hit him with the... This fiend, bro. Just getting aggressive. Immediately into the nest ball from Victor. I think Victor's hand is dead besides Pheasantipity draw here. So this Pheasantipity is going to have to be the bailout for Victor. But Victor does have double candy and... Oh, no, has candy Ultra Ball, actually. Victor's actually kind of chilling. I would draw with Pheasantipity first here if I was Victor before playing these Ultra Balls. Yeah, why would we... This is just draw with Fez first. Draw with Fez first. All right, thank you. I think Victor agrees here. No, all right. I think Victor was correct to get the third Charmander. I take it back. I was wrong. At first I was like, bro, what is this? What is going on here? But it does mean if Francisco gets the Kieran play, Francisco has to pick. Do I KO 2 Charmanders and Pidgey, or do I KO 3 Charmanders? And no matter what, Victor either gets to keep a Charmander, which can become Candy Charizard, or gets to keep the Pidgey, which becomes Candy Pidgeot, right? So I think I do like that play from Victor overall, going to get the third Charmander. All right, Ultra Ball is out. Gonna go get the Pidgeot. I see people playing 2 to 4 Ultra Balls in different lists. Do you think a certain number is correct, or it depends on the deck? You just said the same thing twice. There is an optimal 60 cards for every single deck, and if it plays, and it theoretically can include some Ultra Balls. But you saying, do you think a certain number is correct, or it depends on the deck, is the same thing? But the answer is yes. There's a optimal 60 for every single archetype. Sorry, meant 4. So the question is, do you think 4 is correct, or it depends on the deck? The answer is there's an optimal 60 cards for every single archetype. And it could include 4 Ultra Ball, it could include 0 Ultra Ball. You don't just play 4 Ultra Ball in every single deck. I actually don't like this double energy search out here from Victor. We probably should... Well, I guess if we're going to manually... I don't like the manual attach... No, the manual attach to the Charmander, I guess, is fine. Actually, I take it back. That's okay. That's okay. And we still have an Arven 2 here. Get the counter catcher so we can get our 2 prize knockout on one of the Ogre Pawns. We get to KO one of the Ogre Pawns here, which means it's going to be a lot more difficult. Well, actually, Victor still has the V-Star left. Sheesh, it's going to be tough, actually. If Victor can get an Ogre Pawn knockout on the Charizard without using the V-Star, I mean, the game is basically just over. Yeah, we should see a KO here on it. No! This makes it so much easier for Francisco to get an Ogre Pawn knockout on this next turn. Dude, you always KO an Ogre Pawn here. It's not even a question. I think Kill Drago is better. Why? Because now don't you just win with Radzard as Francisco? Don't you just set up a pawn and a Radzard? Or you can win with Radzard. So you bench Pheasantipity this turn, Ogre Pawn knockout, and then you win. Double attach. Oh yeah, Victor did double attach there. That is, yeah, Victor did attach to the Charmander. I would be more scared of my Drago dying here, because then we can't set up, we can't double V-Star. Can't set up double V-Star. I guess maybe. I feel like you have to go after the Ogre Pawn there. Because the only way to KO Drago, well, you know, I guess you can KO Drago with Radzard. So your turn from Victor next turn has to be Radzard Defiance, right? Radzard Defiance Countercatcher. Because Ogre Pawn KOs your active here, which means the turn from Francisco or from Victor has to be Radzard Defiance Fire Energy Iono Countercatcher. Which is possible, I guess, technically. Or Unfair Stamp. Unfair Stamp would also work in that sequence. Ogre Pawn is so easy to get to anyways, just E-switch off the Drago. I don't know. I still kind of just like keeping the... There's the Prime on the Fez. The Drago comes back to the active. Into the Iono. E-switch and... So we're not going to get the Ogre Pawn KO. Wait, this is actually really good for Victor. Okay, the way this worked out is like really good for Victor. The way this is working out is super, super good for Victor. I did see an Ultra Ball draw there from Francisco. So Ken start to build up towards the Owl or Pheasantipity. Wait, we have a Nest Ball in the hand as well? But now I think we should have Nest Ball for Drago V, actually. Oh, we're Ultra Balling. Wait, what? Oh, I guess we want to draw off restart. I guess that's fine. So Drago V is always better here, right? Because we want to we're not going to use our V-Star yet. But shouldn't we have kept the Ultra Ball and just like played the Nest Ball for the V? Or is the draw... Maybe the draw off the Mew is just that much better. I don't know. I kind of like keeping the Ultra Ball, but maybe not. Maybe this is fine. We would draw like less cards off of Mew. Excuse me. We draw less cards off of Mew for the trade-off of keeping an Ultra Ball. That's probably correct to draw more cards. Zard, do you add Terra Orb before you add 4th Ultra Ball? Probably not. Probably not, but you could add a Terra Orb on top of it, maybe. Alright, cycling the pawns. It is fair, though. I guess you could E-switch off the Drago to the Ogre pawns. Maybe it's not as big of a deal as I thought. Yeah, I guess it's not as big of a deal as I thought. It's not like a 1 Ogre pawn board type situation. Yeah, okay, maybe you're right. Maybe going after the Drago is better. Well, at that point, wouldn't it be going after the Mew be better, though? At that point, though, I almost lean towards getting rid of the Mew instead. If we're just, like, trying to focus down draw power on the opposing side of the field. All right, we go for the swinging Sphere. Was it Spine? Swinging Sphere. Knocks out the Pheasantipity. Got the heads. Going down to 2 prize cards. Has Ogre Pawn set up. Has Drago set up. So this turn here from Victor. So Victor did double attach last turn. So that fire energy should be on the bottom of the deck. But Victor here probably shouldn't have even attached that energy, because Victor, the play Victor wants to do this turn is Victor wants to attack with Radzard Defiance, because otherwise you can just lose to an Ogre Pawn. Yeah. I think making sure they can't get a double Drago at the same time is the best, but Mew is also fine. I guess that's fair. Maybe you just always are playing around the V-Star. I guess that is okay. That might be correct. It just seems so easy to get down on Drago V on your next turn. I don't know. So if you take away the Ogre Pawns for the cycle, or even the Mew for the late game draw, so once you do hit them with the Radzard Iono, ideally, or Radzard Unfair Stamp, then you take away the Mew, so there's just less draw power to work with on the other side, but... There's Paw and Fail. I don't think the energy on the Charmander is going to get fixed. It is kind of funny, though, because the energy on the Charmander, the double attachment from Victor is actually hurting Victor or not helping Victor. I don't think it was also just, like, not malicious. It was just a brain fart. Victor thought that he accelerated the energy of the Charmander from the Charizard. Obviously, that's not what happened, but... and actually, because Victor sent up Pidgeot, Victor doesn't have a way... Well, maybe Victor has Collapsed Stadium still, but it would have to be an insane draw here from Victor. Victor would need to get Radzard, collapse away Charizard. Sheesh. All right, it's just going to be the Charizard knockout on the active, which means you do just lose to an Ogre Pawn. An Ogre Pawn here with an energy and E-switch. There's the energy. There's the E-switch. And Francisco gets the dub. Even had the Nest Ball. Francisco's Pheasantipity was maybe... Oh, it was on the bottom of the deck. We just pulled it off the prize cards. Okay. Even had the Nest Ball for the Pheasantipity. There was a... It actually ended up hurting Victor that Victor discard or did end up double attaching that turn. Because if Victor had... Victor needed the energy in the deck on that turn, so Victor could actually attack with the Radzard that turn. We need the energy in the deck or the discard pile. Because we had a Night Treacher left. We need to attack with Radzard, Choice, or Defiance Band that turn. Sorry, so farming in this matchup is insane. Only reason I don't play Zard anymore. It's definitely tough, especially if the Drago player plays well. Especially if the Drago player plays well. It's tough for sure. When's the next show match? Man, I don't even know. I haven't even really thought about it. I should definitely do one during the break, to be honest, because we got a big break coming up. I'll probably try and do one. Let's shoot for the first weekend of January or second weekend. Let's go for second weekend of January because the 18th is Birmingham. So let's shoot for the second weekend of January to bring back the show matches. Because we do have like a pretty big break coming up. Maybe I'll try and do the first week of January. I don't know. First week or second weekend of January. Push you 20 months there, Dank. Birmingham. Let me check I'm gonna check where we're at in the rounds, how many of the top 8 matches have concluded. And I gotta shut my blinds as well. I'm getting a little bit too bright. Oh, and one his. Okay. So we're still waiting on Hamlet versus Rodrigo in the... Yeah, we're waiting on Hamlet versus Rodrigo. What is the what's the timestamp? Timestamp, Jake? What do I want to do? I want to do something as well. Oh. Dude, if this if this isn't actually, would you say 152? If this isn't actually funny, this whatever the blunder is here, then I have to time you out, Jake. I have to. There's no way. All right, let's see what happened. So multiple people in chat have been spamming me to watch whatever happens at 52:15 in this match. So we'll see what happens. So it is Lost Box with Iron Thorns and Terrapagos. The whole squad. They got the whole squad. They're not messing around. They're prepared for every matchup against Gardevoir here. And the Iron Thorns does take the knockout. So there's 2 prize cards left on the Guardy side. So all they have to do is push Flutter Mane, cycle their deck, and then they win. Push Flutter Mane, find, it looks like Drifloon plus Bravery Charm here. Let's see what happens. I don't even know if... Oh, there is a win condition for the Lost Zone player as well. They have... Oh, no, but there's a Manaphy on the other side. There's not... I don't even think Lost Zone has a win condition next turn. Maybe Sableye. I see Bravery Charm. Vessel. Vessel maybe should have been played first. There's Nest Ball now. Of course, I don't know the energy count left in the deck. There's Arvin. I feel like we should be able to pull it all together here somehow. Okay. Grab's just super odd. There's no Gardevoir in the hand, though. They don't even have an out, I don't think. Was there a Gardevoir in the hand? Was for just Drifloon. Uni online. I search for Gardevoir. Oh no, are they gonna do the retreat? Are they gonna retreat first? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh my gosh. All right. Well, now we just have a Drifloon in the active. That's fine. We're chilling. There's still two prize cards on the other side. All right, there's pass. But there's no way for the... Is there actually a way for Lost Box to win here? I don't think Lost Box can win on this turn. But Tommy might be out of recovery, though. Tommy might be out of recovery here. Cologne? Yeah, it'd have to be like prime Cologne. I don't see a boss in hand. I guess you could like switch and like get a Comfy off here. I want to know I want to know the result of this game now. Already can counter catch your KO Pagos. Oh, true. Yeah, if one prize is drawn. True. Yo, Sableye wins this. I don't think there's Sableye in this build though. I'd be surprised if there's a Sableye in this build. But we'll see. Wait, what? Best game. Wait, the Lost One player didn't even play anything. The Lost One player didn't even play anything. And then knockout. Dude, I wonder how many cards were left in the Lost One player's deck. Could they not play Colress there? Oh, hey, and they were about to go look through their deck. No, they had. Oh, they didn't really have anything actually though. They actually just didn't have anything. They were out. The Lost One player actually had nothing left. Oh, holy smokes! Yeah, they were gassed. I got nothing. Did you forget the Briar? Wait, is there a Briar in the hand? There's no Briar. There's Colress, right? Not Briar. Yeah, it's just two Colress. Never lucky. He didn't have energy, right? No, he had nothing. He had literally nothing. His only attack was to attack with Terapagos. But that's never a win condition, obviously, for the situation. Overall, I rate it 4 out of 10. And I need to time out Jake V. The longer we watch, the more confusing it gets. I mean, it was just the Gardevoir side of things. I'm out instead? Nah. You're not a worthy sacrifice, Echo. There must be some punishment. Mid-clip. Now, ACOG, you've got to be unfunny for that. Is that a new Zoomer meme? You got to be unfunny for that. So I guess for the correct play for Thorns players to just pass and stall, right? Oh, honestly, you might be onto something there, King. Well, it depends who decks out first. Because if you just deck out first, that never works, right? I mean, maybe you're onto something with that. I could see that being okay. Like, yeah, you just pass, draw, pass. I'm not sure. Once you have Flutter main was ideal, surely. I mean, when was that ever an option? Off of what we saw, that was never an option. The Thorns got pushed up after the knockout happened. Want to get your opinion on something? Is it worth running an Appleton from Surging Sparks and Drago for his first attack, or is it a wasted card? I mean, seeing as I don't know what the card does, I'm gonna go ahead and say it's a wasted card. I don't know what the prizes are. Like, I thought I saw it in the deck. I don't even know what play you wanted them to do, Scrub. How about that Daichi video where he plays with some starter decks and the other guy starts singing songs mid-game? Don't know, haven't seen it. Doesn't the Guardy player just retreat into Flutter and load up? Yeah, exactly. They can just retreat to Flutter eventually. Well, no, it depends on what they had left, though, Ninja. I don't know if they had energy left. Maybe they had a Night Stretcher or a Super Rod or something, but maybe they just used Super Rod Night Stretcher. I don't know what's left in their deck. And maybe had a Palpad in there. Yeah, from the Lost Zone player, if you just go, I think you may, like, if it's possible the Guardy player decked out first. They didn't have that many cards left in the deck either. I don't know what the exact count was, though. Yeah, I'm not sure. Energy left in the deck, but not sure about Super Rod. No, there was no energy or no Super Rod. It was like a bunch of junk. The deck was like Ursaluna, often bundle something. It was just literally all junk. It was all junk. It's the first attack is during your opponent's next turn to defend, everyone can't attack. No, card's terrible. Actually, hold up. The card is terrible, but for a very specific matchup, that could be a okay attack. I don't know what matchup that would ever be, but it is possible. A deck exists in the future. Well, actually, no, it's not possible because Drago rotates. So, no, the answer is no. The card will never be good in Drago. Is the Terrapago's Cloth deck the truth? No, that's not how that works. I don't think you know what the truth is if you're asking that question. Yeah, I don't think you know. I don't think you know the story behind the truth if you're asking that question. If we could sideboard, it'd be a sideboard card. No, it probably wouldn't be. No, you wouldn't include. There's way better cards to include in your sideboard. That would not be a sideboard card because there's no matchup where you care about having that card in your deck. And Lost Box players to not attack late game is nuts though. What does that even mean? What does that even mean? Do you think people, based on what deck they play the game of the PokemonTCG differently? What does that mean? At a certain point, there's certain points in every PokemonTCG match where certain players of certain decks just start misplaying. And it's due to their tendencies for the decks that they choose to play. So like Lost Box players in the late game are more likely to misplay than the average player of other decks. Charizard players, they're early game. They're always throwing in the early game. But as soon as they get to that mid-late game, the Charizard players play perfectly. It really comes down to what kind of deck. Really comes down to what kind of deck people are playing. What if we all throw all the time? No, it depends on what deck you're playing. Oh, my bad. Depends on what player you are. Not what deck you're playing. You could be a Lost Box player playing a Charizard deck. Is the truth that I don't know? Wait, what? Is the truth that I don't know? Wait, when you say the truth, do you mean Ross Cawthon's deck from the Worlds in 2011, 2012? For Japanese folks, do they need a different set of cards when they play overseas? Not anymore. Actually, a new rule just got implemented that says at any major tournament you can use the home region languages or you can use the language for the region that the tournament is played in, or your home region languages. You used to have to use the language of the cards from the region that the tournament that you're playing in, except for international championships. Those were weird. No, you could use your home region, but now at regionals and special events, you can use your home region cards. But that was just changed this year. I thought it was the region where you were or English. No, they changed it this season. So now you can use home region cards at any major tournament. But I guess technically you couldn't go to a League Cup or a League Challenge. Yeah, technically you couldn't go to a League Cup or League Challenge in America if you're from Japan and then use Japanese cards. You'd have to use English cards, technically, I think. I think it's only for regionals and special events that you can use. Regional special events and ICs, excuse me. That you can use your cards at any major tournament you go to, basically. Yeah, the way it is now, you can use your home region cards at any major tournament you go to in the world. Well, under TPCI, for like if you go play in like China or something, you probably have to use Chinese cards. Or if you play in Japan, you have to use Japanese cards, stuff like that. Yeah, that's just for TPCI regions. What about the League Cup for regional day 2? Honestly, good question. My assumption would be that they would let you use your home region cards. Yeah, my assumption would be they'd let you use your home region cards for a League Cup at that, yeah. Can you mix languages for your home region and the region you're at? My guess would be yes, but my guess would be yeah, I think you can. Because you can already mix languages if you're in like in European events, people can use like 4 different languages if they wanted to. So I'm pretty sure the answer is literally just yes. Japanese cards are not allowed at TPCI events. They are not, no. You can't use Japanese cards at TPCI events. Well, actually, I don't even know if that's true. If you're a player from Japan, you might be able to. You're not allowed to use non-home region or tournament region cards. So if there was a tournament in... Actually, Jeez, how would that even work? There was a tournament in... You always use English. You're allowed to use Japanese cards if you're registered as Japan. That makes sense. How do you define home region? Where you're from. The region that you live in. It's not complicated. Can you use a Japanese Guardy deck at an AIC? Yeah, Japanese players can use Japanese cards. But you can't, like, oh yeah, like that would be the thing. Like if I go to like I can't use Japanese cards though, right? That's what I'm thinking of. I can't use Japanese cards. I'm not, like, only the Japanese players can use Japanese cards. I'm pretty sure. Like I couldn't go to Toronto next weekend and play a Japanese deck. I'd have to use English or could I use French cards technically? Because Canada's part of the... I could use French cards, right? Because I'm from the North American region, and I can use French or English, I'm pretty sure. Or do I have to be Canadian to use French cards? So I have to be from Canada? Japanese cards have a different back and different card stock. Yeah, you can't mix and match cards. You can't mix... even if you're a player from Japan, you can't use a mix of Japanese and English cards. You have to use one or the other, because yeah, Japanese cards have different card back and different card stock, so you can't do that. Yeah, you can just use French cards in Canada. Oh, you can only you have to be Canadian to use them. Oh, okay, unlucky. So if you play against someone with foreign language cards, do you look them up if you don't know what they do, or what? Call over a judge and get a translation. I don't think I can use Spanish cards, even though I'm 5 minutes away from Mexico, and Spanish cards are easily accessible to me. Well, yeah, but that's different, because, like, that's region... Like, Canada's in the U.S.-Canada region. I see what you're saying. Yes. All right, so we have Francisco back on for top 4, up against Ancient Box here of Hamlet. Wait, what's on the other side of the bracket that they didn't show the other side of the bracket, though? I'm curious now. Yeah, exactly, Omar, exactly. How's this match for Drago? I think it's close. Yeah, it's Owen Dalgar. I want to. Is Owen playing like Stall or something so that I want to put Stall on stream? Our language restrictions are an unfortunate problem. I feel like they basically solved all the major issues with language cards going into this season, to be honest. The only thing is that you can't play like out of home region language cards, but I don't even think that's like necessarily like a bad thing. I don't know. Okay, this hand from Francisco, I'm okay if Francisco goes to get Squawkabilly here, to be honest. Owen is on Drago. Interesting. I wonder why that. Maybe there's like a stall. Maybe Owen's versus stall. Your main attackers in this matchup are Kyurem and or your big attackers in this matchup are Kyurem and Dragapult. Well, the Fluttermane start is annoying, actually. I didn't really take note of that, but yeah, shutting down the grass Ogerpon early on is annoying. This might be a squawk angle though from Francisco, because I don't think Francisco has any energy in hand. So even if you got a Drago, you wouldn't be able to attach to it. Really, I thought Goodra was the go in this matchup. Oh, Goodra's also solid as well. Yeah, Goodra's also solid as well. But the thing is, like, Goodra, you're only ever like trading like a 2-for-2 hit, which is like opens up plays for like counter catcher and turns to boss as Ancient Box for 2 prizes off the bench. But like attacking with Kyurem and Dragapult opens up to like multi-prize turns, like 2 to 3 prize turns per attack. Yeah, there's a Squawkabilly. We do get Kyurem in the discard pile with this. We do lose an Energy Switch and an Iono, though, I believe, as well. Oh, we have the Canceling Cologne off the rip here. That's kind of funny. Thinking about not benching the second Ogerpon, does opt to do it. And yeah, what do we get rid of there? An E-Switch, a Kyurem. I can't tell what's behind Kyurem there. What is that card? And an Iono as well. Maybe Hamlet will take a look at it for us. Oh, it's the research. Okay. A little Ogerpon cycling. Need to find that Drago plus energy, ideally. Hoot Hoot makes its way to the bench. Oh, just to pass over. All right, Hamlet's hand. See a nest ball. I see some energy. Might have to be a concealed cards angle. It is pretty unlikely that Hamlet actually gets an attack off this turn. Yeah, it's pretty unlikely you could actually get an attack off this turn because moving the active is a big deal. Ooh, I do see dark patches in the list, so there's probably Moon EX in here. I can't really tell. A lot of flirt, a lot of bling, so it's hard to tell what is actually in this deck. But I did see a dark patch, so that means there's probably Moon EX in here, which does give you like a way to aggressively KO those Regidrago V-Stars, specifically ones that potentially attack with Gudra. So that is going to be like another variable to this matchup, for sure. Has been found. Looks like we have a vessel to utilize as well here. Sort of energy. So it is possible. It is possible we see a Roaring Moon and a Sada found off this concealed cards, and then we could see a turn 1 attack here. But turn 1 attacking also just doesn't feel that essential for Francisco. Or excuse me, for Hamlet. Because there's 2-hit KO in an Ogerpon. You'll be able to 1-hit KO them eventually anyway, so it's like not that big of a deal. Yeah, overall it's not that big of a deal. There we go. I see Explorer, so we at least have some kind of supporter to use for turn. I also see a Nest Ball. I don't think I see a Sada, but there might be one in there. Moon has been found. Well, imagine if we were just going to play the Explorer here, we wouldn't mind drawing into a Moon off the Explorer. But obviously, Sada is going to be the priority. Although there might be a Sada in the hand, actually. Dude, I cannot tell. No, there's not. There's no way. All right, it is Explorer. Okay. There's a Sada. And I see another Sada. I see a Dark Patch. I see Superior Energy Retrieval. Definitely some good options. I'm sure it plays a Palpad, so losing a Sada here wouldn't be terrible. Actually, even eyeing up the Pokegear. All right, now we're between the... Ooh, he's going to go for the Superior. We lose the Dark Patch here. I feel like that means there's no Moon EX in here if we get rid of the Dark Patch. I feel like the Dark Patch is a pretty big card to try and keep for a big Moon play later on. All right, we do keep the Dark Patch. All right. Also, there was a trekking shoes. So is this like not... Is this Ancient Box or is this like Turbo Moon? Is this like Moon Turbo? Because there was also a trekking shoes in there. And usually you don't see the trekking shoes in Ancient Box because you want to just play more Ancient cards to discard. Actually attached to the Moon and Pass. So actually a decent play here this turn from Francisco would just be Boss the Moon. Francisco could just go Boss the Roaring Moon and then get 2 energy on the Ogerpon and knock out the Roaring Moon with the Ogerpon. That would actually be a fine turn from Francisco here. All right, there's a research no boss. Another E-switch, I think, hitting the discard pile? I can't actually tell. Getting the knockout on the active with the Ogerpon is super unlikely here. The prize cards are off on the side, chat. On the prize cam. There's a prize cam. Prize cards are off on the side. They're just off camera. He had boss in hand. Did he? But did he have energy to work with? If he doesn't have the energy to work with, it doesn't really matter. It's starting to turn to like a pretty ugly board here for Francisco. I wonder if we should have just gone for a motivate here instead. With the and now we're pushing up Cleffa. I mean, if Cleffa gets knocked out this turn, and then if Cleffa does get knocked out this turn, then we can just like bench another Regidrago. We should be fine. And there's draw through with the Cleffa and pass over to Hamlet. Hamlet does have the Sada on hand, so we can be attacking this turn. But attacking into the Cleffa, honestly, is kind of weak from Hamlet. I mean, you could eventually KO the Hoot Hoot later. But at a certain point, we're just going to be one-hit KOing these Ogerpons and the Squawkabillies. I almost wonder if Hamlet shouldn't KO this Cleffa and should just cycle for the turn and pass. Like, what if we just played Sada here and put one on the active and one on the new benched Moon and then passed and just didn't attack? I almost feel like that would be the better play here from Hamlet. I would just kind of wait, I feel like. I don't know. Especially with how many resources Francisco's already burned. Like, I'm not too scared of, like, double Kyurem plays happening. Maybe we should still be afraid of, like, a lot of Kyurems happening. It looks like Hamlet is going to get aggressive here. But I feel like Hamlet could definitely just play this slower, to be honest. I feel like Hamlet could just play this slower. Track the Ancients, and then here comes the draw 3. Ooh, does play the Great Tusk. Well, yeah, almost everyone plays that, right? Actually, is a pretty big deal in the Drago matchup. And oh no, the discarded. I don't know about that. That card's really good in this matchup, actually. The Great Tusk is insanely good in this matchup. In fact, that can just kind of be how you play this matchup sometimes. Is just Great Tusk early and often. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that Great Tusk discard. I'm a big fan of the Tusk in this matchup for sure. Looks like it is Prime Catcher here as well from Hamlet. Yeah, I feel like Hamlet could just like play this slower, to be honest. I don't think Hamlet should KO this Cleffa here. I think Hamlet should just pass. Well, I guess we could still see that actually from Hamlet here. Hamlet could still pass. Hamlet did load up 2 energy on the Moon, which if we're gonna pass here, I don't like putting 2 energy on our Roaring Moon. But we could still pass here from Hamlet. I would like to see Hamlet pass here. I don't want to see Hamlet knock out this Cleffa. I feel like knock out this Cleffa is a mistake. Because we even have Counter Catcher in the hand. We can just wait until Francisco activates our Counter Catcher, and then we just Counter Catcher KO Squawkabilly and get a first 2-prize knockout. Thinking about a Dark Patch, I don't even love that too much. Yeah, I honestly think, oh, discarding, okay, it is a Koraidon. We don't want to like run through our energy too much, though. That's kind of our fuel here for our concealed cards. I don't even like this Ultra Ball here, to be honest. I feel like Hamlet can just kind of chill. Hamlet's like playing, I think Hamlet's playing way too aggressive. I think Hamlet can just chill for sure. I think it's a pretty big mistake here if Hamlet retreats. Should just be a pass angle. I don't hate using the Dark Patch now that we discard another energy to the discard pile, I guess. Ugh, I don't like this. I don't like this at all. I think Hamlet should just chill. Oh well. Here we are now. Knocking out the Cleffa. Azul, can you explain to me why Murata has 16 energy in the deck? Why 16? You want to play a high energy count because it increases your odds of hitting Electric Generator. Yeah, I think it's a really bad play from Hamlet. I think Hamlet actually was in a really interesting spot, especially with only 1 Drago on the bench there from Francisco, where Hamlet could have forced Francisco to be the initiator. And I think it's actually like optimal in the situation to gain access to stuff like Counter Catcher. And then overall, you can just like threaten the lone Drago that's in play. Francisco probably would have waited to initiate with Ogerpon, with like a boss Ogerpon play, but even then, you can threaten the Drago still and chase it down, or just go for like a 2-2-2 route, especially because you play the Prime Catcher as Hamlet, so you could like go Counter Catcher KO Squawk, you have Prime later to KO an Ogerpon, yada yada. Yeah, those aren't actual prize cards. I thought that as well. I thought that as well. when Francisco set up Curtis. But yeah, the 6 prize cards on Francisco's mat are part of his mat. All right, Ultra Ball by Dragapult. The pawns are set up. We got our Drago V-Star at this point as well. I think we have a research in hand. Still no supporter played, I believe. Looks like maybe it's a research and a Super Rod. We'll recover some cards here with the Super Rod. Would 14 be okay too? I would love to fit in 1 grass, 1 steel with Crispin for a peak attack. Is that okay? Nothing is ever not okay, Subaru. Like, there's an optimal 60 Miraidon cards out there, and it could involve 14 energy, it could involve 60. Like, anything is okay. Nothing is ever not okay. It just depends if you're trying to make something optimal or not. Yeah. If you want it to be optimal, it probably doesn't involve Crispin, a lightning, and a grass. If you want to play a Crispin, or a steel, excuse me. If you want to play a grass and a metal and a Crispin, that's fine, but it's probably not optimal. But like, asking if something is okay, there's not a correct answer to is something okay. It's either you're trying to be as competitive as possible and trying to play an optimal 60, or you just are okay with whatever you want to do. And then if you're okay, if you just want to do whatever you want to do, then it doesn't really matter. I think Francisco's actually short a grass energy here for the Ogerpon attack, so we're gonna have to like burn an E-switch to move a grass from the bench Ogerpon to the active, I think. Which is very inefficient, of course. So Francisco maybe overextended the Ogerpon on the bench without realizing how many grass energy are actually left in the deck. Maybe we are just going in with Drago here. Yeah, looks like it is going to be a commitment to the Drago then. I don't know if have we seen the Gudra from Francisco yet? It might be in there. But here comes the Dragon Ball attack. Puts damage on the benched Roaring Moons. Sets him up into Kyurem range. So we're probably looking at a big Kyurem play next turn. Francisco also does play Jamming Tower. So next turn, Francisco could go Jamming Tower, KO Fluttermane and Moon, and draw 3 prize cards, and then be down to 2 prize cards remaining and could just try and win the game with like back-to-back Ogerpons even or something like that. Here's a Pokestop finally from Hamlet. I'm sure plays a couple of those. Triple discard. Oh boy. The hand actually isn't even that good. Could concealed cards or could just attach return. Is going for the attach return. Still has 1 more energy in hand, so could still concealed cards. The rest of the hand is energy counter catcher, but it looks like it's going to be content with just punching the active and setting up for the 2-hit KO. But this will give Francisco the option to now the ability to go for that big Kyurem play. But could also just chill for another turn. Francisco could. How many prize cards does Francisco have left? 5 left here for Francisco. How do we even approach this as Francisco here? Last question, why Iron Bundle when there are 4 bosses orders, and why no Iona or Roxanne and Miraidon? Because you're an aggressive deck that tries to get ahead in the prize exchange and stay ahead in the prize exchange, so it's about your opponent disrupting you, not you disrupting your opponent. You play Iron Bundle, so you have an aggressive turn 1 gust effect, because you can't, or not, it's not a gust effect, but it's like a push thing. Because you don't play Prime Catcher. So you can play Arven turn 1, but still push your opponent's active Pokemon. Obviously, your opponent gets to decide what they send up, but on the early turns of the game, your opponent doesn't have sometimes enough Pokemon in play to have a good send up off an Iron Bundle push. Or even in the mid-late game, sometimes they still don't have a good send up off Iron Bundle. So then Iron Bundle becomes pretty powerful. But it's like especially powerful on the early turns of the game, the Iron Bundle is. Are you not allowed to have cards sideways in the discard? The opponent had the ancient player put back an energy vertically. You are. I don't know why that happened like that. I did recognize that as well. You're not allowed to. Yeah, that was interesting. I noticed that as well. I did notice that as well. Not sure, to be honest. I'm not sure what the reasoning for that was. But you are allowed to have like multiple discard piles, or like, yeah, some cards turned outside of the discard pile like that. That is actually interesting that it went that way. Okay, this time Pokestop hits 3, and we did find ourselves a Pal Pad, which is a big one here, I feel like. Is Ion not playing the Vessel? I don't even know if there's any energy left in the deck. But also, even if there isn't energy left in the deck, I feel like the cards in the hand are of too high value to want to vessel away. There's like Palpad, Countercatcher. Yeah, I feel like you want to... I wonder if Kiram's in the discard pile actually yet for Francisco. I think it was off turn 1. I still wonder if Francisco should have Kiram'd with this damaged Regidrago on that previous turn. Chose to go for another Dragapult attack. And then we can Kiram on this next turn for 3 prize cards. We still need to win the game at that point, though, as well. All right, there's the Palpad. Puts back. I assume double Sada there. I actually wasn't paying attention, though. Yeah. There's a Trekking Shoes. We're looking for one of those Sadas. Hey, we found it. All right. What we wanted. We got it. And then here comes the Sada. Targets the Moons. Both these Moons might get KO'd next turn to a Kiram attack. But we are able to KO this active Drago this turn. What's the optimal attacker for Drago? Is it Gudra in the early game? I just situational. I mean, you want to attack with Dragapult to set up this kind of spread damage that Francisco has done here to play for Kiram plays. And Francisco specifically also plays the Jamming Tower. So Francisco can play for... Yeah, Francisco also specifically plays the Jamming Tower, so you can play for Jamming Tower Kiram, so you don't have to set up for like double Kiram plays to get around tool cards, because if you don't play Jamming Tower, then you have to kind of double Kiram sometimes. If like a bunch of Moons have tools, you can go Kiram to get like a 3 prizes over 2 turns. But Gudra can be good to like slow down the opponent, especially in the late game. The Gudra is good, of course, because Ancient Box player probably cannot KO over Gudra. So if on this last turn Francisco had went with the Kiram play with the active Drago, then we could have followed up with the bench Drago using Gudra to close out the game potentially or something like that. Because Francisco could have had 2 prize cards left going into this turn with the inactive Drago with 0 energy. Hamlet KOs the active, and then you go push up bench Drago, Iono plus attack with Gudra. Then you can't be KO'd. Then you attack on the next turn, you just kind of win. So it's just kind of situational. The Gudra's good in the late game. In the early game, Gudra can be good as well if it forces like a 3-hit KO. Because if the Ancient Box player is not hitting very hard at all, it's possible you force a 3-hit KO on that first Drago. But Ancient Box generally plays stuff like Iron Bundle and Countercatcher and stuff like that. So you're almost never, even if you attack with Gudra as Drago, you're almost never forcing a 3-hit KO. It's always going to only be forcing a 2-hit KO. But in the early game, once again, they still have stuff like Iron Bundle and Countercatcher. And in this list specifically for Hamlet plays Prime Catcher as well, right? So there's plenty of ways to get around the Gudra attack. So Gudra's like okay in Gudra's okay in this matchup. It's best as like a late game attacker though. When the Ancient Box player is trying to just be able to 1-hit KO the active no matter what. So when you can go like Gudra plus Iono and force the Ancient Box player to set up an attacker and have a Gust effect, it almost becomes impossible. So you're like guaranteed to survive. Your active Drago guarantee survives 2 turns. All right. Superior in there from Francisco still has the V-Star power, but still needs to be mindful of the Great Tusk potentially winning the game. Doesn't want to lose to getting milled here. Has a pretty big hand as well. A lot of it is energy from that superior energy retrieval, of course. Prismatic Evolutions is the last set before UIC, right? It is, yes. Are we going into the V-Star? Dude, Great Tusk becomes like a real thing here if we go V-Star. Here's the V-Star. We kind of maybe have to do it here, though. So we need some E-switches, it looks like, here for Francisco. I believe does have an Iono in hand, so I don't think Great Tusk would win the game quite yet, but we're maybe close to a Great Tusk dub here. Oh, it's going for Prime Catcher. Interesting. E-switch Prime. Are we going to try and trap the... Actually, what is the play here from... I'm actually unsure about what the play is here from Francisco. Because we can't really attack with Kiram anymore this turn. Maybe we could Gudra this turn, and then... Once again, I don't actually even know if... There's the Jamming Tower. Thinking about playing it. But if you play the Jamming Tower, I feel like you'd want to go for Kiram. Although I don't know how many tool cards are left. That would be a question as well. Is how many tool cards are left. If there's not that many tool cards left, then this should be pretty safe to be able to pull off a Kiram play on the next turn. Here's the Iono. I guess we could go for... Okay, Francisco could go for the Kiram play this turn, and then has Prime Catcher plus Ogre Pawn to win the game next turn, I guess. Okay, this actually kind of works here for Francisco. My question, though, is how many cards are left in Francisco's deck? Does Francisco just lose to a Great Tusk Mill? I see a Sada in the hand there for Hamlet. That's a start. But if we have Gudra here, the Gudra attack is pretty safe. Oh, that's Kirim. We can KO both moons, and you can even KO the Greninja as well. So you take away the draw power potential of the Greninja. Going down to 1 prize card here. Ooh, actually, if Hamlet... Yeah, I was going to say, if Hamlet pushes up Roaring Moon, there's no... It's not a Prime Catcher target. For the Grass Ogerpon. Francisco might have enough energy left anyways. So it's possible Francisco should have played for the Great Tusk Mill play. Gives up the Fluttermane. Draws the Pokestop. We're actually so close to it. Although I don't know how many cards are left in Francisco's deck. But now that the Roaring Moon's in the active, Roaring Moon has 2 retreat costs, whereas Fluttermane has 1. Here's the Pokestop. No, ooh, Prime Catcher was found, though. But we don't have a way into the Great Tusk. Because Hamlet did mill it earlier. Hamlet could have benched it potentially on that previous turn, maybe. I guess it would have been one of the Pokemon that maybe gets set up to die to the Kirim play. But then you keep a Moon or the Radiant Greninja, possibly. This feels pretty weak here now for Hamlet. You really don't want to take a knockout. Although maybe you can KO the Ogerpon off the bench with that Prime Catcher now. Oh yeah, maybe. Okay, that is actually the play here we have here from Hamlet, right? Draw 3. There's Night Stretcher. So we do have an energy off the Night Stretcher. So we can go Prime KO Grass Ogerpon. I would assume we're doing 210 damage at this point with the Roaring Moon. Just put 2 more into the discard pile as well. It's a Fluttermane off the Ultra Ball. I think it just has to be Prime KO on the bench Ogerpon here. I don't see another option here for Hamlet. Got ourselves an energy. I think is maybe doing a count of the ancient cards. But I have to imagine we're doing 210 though. There we go. There's the Prime. Attach Retreat. And then Roaring Moon knockout going down to 1 prize card. So 1 prize card, 1 prize card. Francisco still... Maybe Radzard is an option here for Francisco. You could... If you have an E-Switch left, you could set up another Ogerpon, I guess. I mean, you see your whole deck here as Francisco, for sure. Vessels away the boss. There's Radzard and Fire Energy in the deck. Grabs neither. I mean, this should just be game, I think. I think there's a Grass Energy in hand. There's the Fez for 2. Radzard attach. Uh-oh. Hold up. He's going to mess up. Rod, back a pawn. All right, cycle with the grass. You don't actually need a energy or a card in your deck, I don't think, to... Oh, I had the switch as well. Dude, Francisco was just stunting on him. I thought Francisco was going to mess up, though, and was going to prime up the Fluttermane, and then Radzard's ability would get shut off. But no, he saw the play. Hey, you don't need a card in your deck to use Ogerpon's ability, right? Or am I trolling? I'm not trolling with that. All right, game 2. Francisco takes game 1. Great Tusk go to 1 there. Great Tusk go to 1 there. Yeah, Great Tusk go to won the game there. Hamlet needs to like keep around that option. Like discarding it early was definitely a mistake there from Hamlet, I think. I don't know, as the end game actually came around though, I don't know if that option ever came there for Hamlet to actually make it work. And then like I said, I really didn't like that Hamlet was the aggressor in that situation as well, going after the Cleffa there. I didn't like that Cleffa KO because that let Francisco set up double Dragapult on the bench as well. It kind of like made that opening there. So yeah, I really did not like Hamlet KO in the Cleffa there. Another big mistake. I think that was the biggest mistake there from Hamlet was KO in the Cleffa. I think Hamlet should have tried to chill until Francisco takes a knockout or until you find your prime catcher and you can take the first 2 prize knockout maybe. You don't need... Yeah, you need at least 1 card in your deck to V-Star, yeah. Use the V-Star, you need at least 1 card in your deck. Yeah, to use Drago's V-Star, you need at least 1 card in your deck. But for Ogerpon, you can have 0. Alright, Jamming Tower prize, that actually is a big one. And on the other side, Radiant Greninja prize, that's also a big card to prize. That's a lot of Ancient Box's draw power. Is the Radiant Greninja. So I'd say the Jamming Tower, actually, I don't know. Those are like equally bad prize cards, to be honest. Another Flooded Main start, which is decent. Hand here from Hamlet is okay. Let's have Vessel and Trekking Shoes and Pokestop, but no Moons. Goes to Trekking Shoes first. Honestly, I think I would like to have seen the Vessel first there. Doesn't hit any energy off either of those. We see the Vessel. Yeah, why are we not Vesseling first? What is going on here? Vessel away that... What? Use this Vessel! Why are we not thinning out the deck of these energy? Never punish, but did lose Double Moon to the Pokestop. And the hand is dead. Dude, please Vessel something away here. Thank you. Just get rid of an energy. Yeah, that's chilling. We should have done this before we used any of our other cards, though, because we don't want to see energy off Pokestop or off Trekking Shoes. There's so much higher value cards we're trying to see. Not using Vessel first here is definitely trolling from Hamlet. This is a pretty bad sequencing choice. Pretty bad sequencing mistake, I should say. You also want to price check before anything? Not true. That's actually not true. Price checking before doing anything is not actually correct. That's not a reason to use cards before other cards. Is to check your prize cards. Double Flutter Mane in play now. Got Sada. Also, do you think Hammer should have shuffled his deck more? I don't know. I didn't really pay attention to it. I feel like he didn't shuffle very much. I don't think he's being malicious by it, but I feel like he could have some clumps. I mean, maybe. I don't know. I didn't really watch it. I can go back and watch it when we... Well, actually, while Francisco checks the prize, we can go back and look at it. Fast. It's probably not a big deal though. Oops. I mean, doing this is a waste of time. Oh no. I thought he was about to shuffle 1/2 of the deck. Was it like 3 riffles and then done? Riffles. Dude, those double sleeved decks are so hard to shuffle. They need. Honestly, I think they just need to ban double sleeving. They need to just ban double sleeving. Yeah, that's not sufficiently shuffled. Definitely should have shuffled more. All right. Francisco still going through the opening sequence here. See, Dragapult makes his way to the discard pile. We do lose the Noctowl and a Drago V-Star, but that's not a huge deal. Yeah, Hamlet definitely needed to randomize. Need to shuffle more there for sure. But dude, they just need to ban double sleeving. They just need to ban it. All it does is like delay, create delay of play. It doesn't do anything else besides create delay of play. All right, research for 7. Got some grass energy. Got the attach to the active as well. Also, pretty slow start from Hamlet, so I don't think Francisco is feeling too pressured. Ancient Box can pull off like turn 2, 220. It's pretty unlikely though with a start like that though. Also, like without like playing Secret Box or something like that. If you're not playing Secret Box, then you're probably not gonna be able to do it. Here comes a Nest Ball. Is Squawkabilly on the table? We know Francisco loves the Squawkabilly. There it is. I don't know what the hand is like. I don't know if it's a good or a bad Squawkabilly, but I think it's only like a 3-card. Maybe it's a 4-card hand. What's in there? Oh, there's a Prime Catcher in there. Okay, Prime the Flutter. We're going to use the Cleffa. Dude, why are we squawking here? This is so tilting, man. We got rid of a boss and a... Well, okay, the boss isn't that big of a deal. What is that card under the... Oh, it's a research. We had a research and an Iono and a boss in our hand. Why are we have Cleffa interactive? Why are we Squawkabilly? Just go get another Drago and draw with your Cleffa. Why are we trying to, like, clog up our bench with dead Mons like the Billy? Yo, Motivate Angle? Okay, if we had the option of a Motivate Angle, I actually hate it a little bit. I dislike it a little bit less. Dude, Francisco loves benching Squawkabilly. And specifically, actually, Squawkabilly is, like, a decent liability in this matchup. Oh, Hamlet's actually getting punished for not attaching to the active Flutter main here because of a potential... Yeah, we should have... So Hamlet was playing around like the potential of getting like turn 1 attacked there, but Hamlet definitely should have attached to the active Flutter main there. And, oh, we got a Vessel. Okay, so we got saved there. So we can attack this turn as Hamlet. But actually, once again, I don't even know if you want to attack this turn as Hamlet. Well, actually, if you could have attacked this turn with Flutter main, maybe that would have been okay. Losing a Moon feels pretty bad. I feel like Hamlet kind of trolled here a little bit with the, by not attaching to the active. I don't know why he didn't attach to the active Flutter main there. We could attack with the bench Flutter main here, I guess, as Hamlet. But once again, I don't want to KO this Cleffa for Francisco, but I don't know. I'm kind of stuck. In this game specifically, with how much worse of a setup Hamlet has, I do feel a little bit more pressure to want to put the pressure on Francisco. I guess we can wait and see what the Sada gets. I don't think we have enough in the discard pile to quite KO the Squawkabilly, but we got to be decently close. That's like another reason you don't want to put down Squawkabilly in this matchup, specifically more so than other matchups, because it's a lot easier of a 2-price Pokemon for Ancient Box to actually KO. Oh, we do see the Flutter main just getting set up here from Hamlet. So Hamlet's going in with the Flutters here. So there's that Tusk. Oh, we already found both other Moons. That's good. That's big here for Hamlet. We have attachment for turn. So the rest of the hand is dead, though. It's just a bunch of Pokemon and energy and a Dark Patch. That's why Greninja is super, super important. But we actually haven't even found a Nest Ball yet, so we wouldn't have been able to find Greninja. Wait on Sada Moon. Yeah, Hamlet's just gonna go in with the Flutter main here, which I think is correct. If you're gonna KO Cleffa, if you're gonna KO Cleffa here, it's correct to attack with Flutter main, to be honest. From Hamlet here, there's no reason you'd want to attack with a Moon, because then you just lose a Moon. Instead of losing a Flutter main. You'd much rather lose the Flutter main here. 6, 7. Looks like 7 in there. So actually, we're close to the number to KO Squawkabilly here. So this 20 damage spread, maybe you put it on the Ogre Pawns, like 1-1, to get those a little bit closer to being KO'd. I don't hate the 2 to the Drago as well. I'm not a huge fan of the 2 to the Drago, though. An energy off the prize card, so the hand is still... living off the Pokestop here for Hamlet. There's a Vessel on the Tina from Francisco, and we're just like a V-Star away from being able to attack. The Dragapult's already in the discard pile here for Francisco, so we just need to find ourselves a V-Star, and we're going to go ahead and swing, KO the active, spread some damage to the bench Pokemon, and threaten game next turn through a potential Kyurem attack. Some more Pokemon are going to have to come to the bench here from Hamlet. And we see Hamlet, I think, probably learned a little bit about this matchup from that last match, being a little bit more conservative with benching those Roaring Moons, not over benching Moons, even though he does have them in the hand, choosing to hold on to that Roaring Moon so it doesn't get spread to from that Dragapult. Once again, the beauty of best 2 out of 3, why another reason, or one reason, that best 2 out of 3 is far superior to best of 1. Watching the players adapt their play. Of course, we are in top cut at this point, but even in a non-top cut match, you'll be able to see the adaptation from the players like this. I don't know what Francisco's thinking about with the... There is Dragapult in the discard pile, right? I'm not trolling. Maybe I am trolling. I don't think I'm trolling. Ooh, goes for the boss on the Moon. I don't hate this. This is fine, actually. This is fine. It's not that big of a deal. It looks like has the Hoot Hoot in hand, but Noctowl is in the discard pile. I believe we haven't played a single Super Rod yet here from Francisco, and if it is playing the Owl build, probably plays double Super Rod. So it's considering benching the Hoot Hoot. But if you're unlikely to get access to that Noctowl on the next turn, maybe better just like chill for the turn instead. And it probably is pretty unlikely to gain access to the Noctowl on the following turn, especially because Hamlet's not going to be like Ionoing you next turn and cycling your deck for you. Here comes the Dragapult attack, though. Going to get this KO on the active, obviously. And then probably should spread a decent amount of damage to the Flutter Mane that doesn't have the tool. Goes for 4-2. What does the tool give? Plus 60 HP. I feel like it should be 4 on the other one. So the active one dies to cure him now. Oh, I guess that's still fine, though. Well, I guess that's fine. I was thinking we should spread 4 to the one on the bench, because that one might get a tool later to play around cure him. But maybe this makes sense. All right. Pokestop from Hamlet. The one good thing here for Hamlet, I think this is the first search card for Hamlet. No, Hamlet has played Vessels. Did Hamlet check the prize cards and realize Greninja's not in there, though? Is going to be my question. Or is Hamlet about to Ultra Ball for Greninja here and be disappointed when Greninja's prized? I feel like that's going to be the outcome. Hamlet's going to go look for Greninja to draw some cards with this energy. It's going to be prized, and it's going to be like, well, yep, and there it is. And there's not even a moon to get, because all the moons are in the discard pile. Actually, is there 0 Pokemon in the deck? There's literally 0 Pokemon in the deck. That's right, we're still building up some damage for the Roaring Moon. Might have been better to save it if Hamlet plays Super Rod. I don't know if Hamlet does play Super Rod. It could just be Superior plus Night Stretchers. Moon is making its way to the bench now. Damage is not very high, but also, I mean, I guess like one thing with the outcome of this, the way things played out here is, with Francisco using that boss, we do still have this Flutter Mane set up to be able to attack with for turn. Otherwise, Hamlet probably wouldn't have attacked on this turn if the active Flutter Mane had been KO'd. But now we get an attack for turn, and this should probably set up for a 2-hit KO here now. Now that we get this attack off with the Flutter Mane, Moon has a decent shot of KOing this Drago on the next turn. So this would be a good opportunity to attack with Goodra. If Francisco plays Goodra. I don't think Francisco plays Goodra. But if Francisco does play Goodra and can get it in the discard pile, ooh, pretty good thing there. This would also be a good turn to cure him as well from Francisco. Because what you can do with a cure and play this turn from Francisco is you would KO the active, KO the Flutter Mane, and you'd spread damage to the benched Moon, which means on the next turn you could go Prime or Boss, Dragapult, knock out the bench Pokemon, plus knock out the Moon. You just spread 110 to. So this would be a pretty good Kyurem turn actually from Francisco here. Hoot Hoot now making its way to the bench. But attacking with Dragapult would also be like okay. But goes for the Kyurem play. I do like this play here from Francisco. Goes for the Kyurem play. We also still have the V-Star power to work with as well. Point that out. I don't know how many cards are left in Francisco's deck. I don't know if the Great Tusk is a real threat here or not. But Francisco is threatening win if Hamlet only benches one more Pokemon to the bench here. Because you could gust that up, KO that, and then spread with Dragapult to KO the Moon that's in the active that would now be on the bench. You'd maybe have to get Jamming Tower involved as well at that point if some tool cards are found. Triple hit off the Pokestop is nice, but there is still no supporters in the hand. We did find a Night Stretcher, though, which is a big deal to get another Pokemon into play. Like I said, there's the Great Tusk in hand, but you do need those Moons, and I assume that's what Hamlet is going to go find here is a Roaring Moon. I'm actually curious how much damage Hamlet is hitting for at this point. Are we actually even knocking out this active Drago? We have to be close if we're not there, and could maybe even reach for it here with the Superior Energy Retrieval. Goes for that Ancient Capsule to the active. Actually benches the Great Tusk as well. I have to imagine we're taking the knockout on the active here. And has this Dark Patch, and it looks like is considering playing this Dark Patch to the Bench Roaring Moon, because if your active does get KO'd, you would like to be able to send up that Bench Roaring Moon to the active to be able to attack with on that next turn. So I'm sure we'll see the Dark Patch get played here as well. Here comes that energy. Maybe not. Hold up. Okay, here comes the Dark Patch. Oh, I see it in the top right there. It does say 15. I didn't see that before. I didn't see the ancient counter in the top right. 15 cards in the ancient zone. 15 ancient cards in the discard pile. All right, there's the knockout. 2 prize cards. Ogerpon gets pushed up here from Francisco. The Ogerpon is also getting knocked out by the Moon. Here comes a Vessel from Francisco. Got to be careful with going too low in the deck, or the Great Tusk could be a potential win condition for Hamlet. Francisco does need 3 prize cards more. This is where you'd want to attack with Radzard if you could, I'm pretty sure, as Francisco. If you could Radzard this turn and then next turn, you'd probably be in a pretty good spot. Francisco could go into Drago here and then hope that the Drago doesn't get KO'd. It is possible that it would survive. If you're KOing the active here, it's unlikely. It's gonna get interesting. Here comes the Superior. Depending on what the resources are left here for Francisco as well, though. Francisco could go, like, boss up the Great Tusk. And then... cure him, I guess. Knock out the bench Roaring Moon. Put 110 on the Great Tusk and the Roaring Moon. That would be a play, theoretically, I feel like. Seems kind of iffy, though, to be honest. Comes a Super Rod. Covering some Dragos. And the Owl. The Owl is making its way back to the deck. There's still a decent amount of cards in the deck. I don't think Great Tusk is a huge threat yet. But you could also, like, just Great Tusk ahead of time, which would make it awkward to then maybe ever Legacy Star. So that could be a thing, actually, here. As Serendipity making his way to the board. So no potential for, like, back-to-back Dragos here, which would have been pretty good. You could have gone, like, Kirim. I'm sure there is, like, it's pretty reasonable for Hamlet to KO this bench Drago that has the 2 damage counters on it right now. But it might literally just be an Ogre Pawn Punch knockout from Francisco. And hope that Hamlet still continues to draw awkwardly. And Hamlet has been drawing awkwardly for sure, but has been drawing just enough to kind of stay in this game, to be honest. There's the V-Star. Whose stream is this for the SPE? No clue. Something that the tournament organizer has set up. Oh, the stream is from Draco Hobby Center. So I guess that must be this must be the shop that they're playing in, actually. The stream comes from the yeah, Draco Hobby Center. Is the people who are streaming this. Let me correct myself there. I actually know who it is. I assume that must be the store that is, like, running the event. Is it regionals? It's a special event, but it's basically the same thing. Is Angel Box still a bad deck? Yes. Okay, Francisco counting the deck. Of course, if you do use Legacy Star here, the Great Tusk becomes a threat. Has E-Switch in hand and is not going to play it? It's curious. There's a knockout. Doesn't play the Iono. Just goes for the Ogre Pawn KO. Okay, so the... Oh, Great Tusk. Whoa. Great Tusk gets pushed here. Hold up. What is the play here from Hamlet? Now I'm very curious as to what Hamlet's trying to pull. Oh, we have the Prime Catcher in hand. I think Hamlet's going to go for the KO on that Drago on the bench. That would be pretty good, but we also need a backup Moon here from Hamlet. Otherwise, this Moon is going to go down to the Ogre Pawn, and then you won't have a follow-up attacker. Cast Concealed as an option as well. Goes for the Pokestop first here. Sort of Boss, Nest Ball. Gets double Nest Ball, but no Ancient cards. I don't know how many more we need. We got 17 in the discard pile right now. So we're looking at 240, 250. I think we're one short right now. I think Hamlet is literally one Ancient card short at the moment. If there's 17 in the discard pile, we can get rid of the tool card that's in the hand with the Superior Energy Retrieval. Then we need one more Ancient card. There's an Explorer. Okay, that should easily be able to do it now. Yeah, no problem. We can maybe even put the tool card in play if we really want to, although it in the discard pile is probably a little bit more effective. We also found ourselves a Night Stretcher for a follow-up Roaring Moon. All right, things are looking pretty decent here for Hamlet. Does still need to pull together a Sada for that follow-up Moon or a Dark Patch, but I do see Pal Pad off of this Explorer, and I think you want the Pal Pad over double Sada, because you want to be able to... Wait, what are we doing? No, get the Pal Pad. Is that not a Pal Pad? That's a Pal Pad. You 100% take the Pal Pad here. And then you Pal Pad 2 Sadas back to your deck in case you get Ionoed. So you take Pal Pad Sada. Quick Ancient count there. Hamlet is trolling here if we don't take the pal pad. All right, a little bit of trolling from Hamlet. There's no way pal pad's not correct there. I don't see a world where pal pad's not correct. It doesn't exist. It's a fake world. Here comes the superior. Get rid of the ancient. Get rid of a nest ball. Gets a couple, actually quite a few energy back. I guess it depends on how many you want to take. You don't have to take all of them. Goes for the whole stack, though. Could Ultra Ball some back, actually, as well. You could burn the Ultra Ball here. Discard a couple energy, put those back in the discard pile. You do want at least a couple in the deck, though, for potentially concealed cards plus attachment for turn. There's the Prime Catcher. Going to be able to bring up that Drago off the bench and knock it out before the V-Star gets used, and also no follow-up Drago is available. Francisco doesn't play anything like Thornton, so it's not going to be a possibility. You definitely want to bench. You definitely want to play the Night Stretcher here, though, as well, from Hamlet, before you potentially get Iono'd. So you want to be able to push up to a Moon to the active. And then that's why you wanted the Pal Pad, so you could Pal Pad 2 Sadas back to the deck. But now Iono plus Knockout, if Hamlet doesn't progress the board state at all here, Hamlet's going to be in trouble just to losing Iono plus Knockout. No! Just knocks out, doesn't play this Night Stretcher to get a Moon back in the deck, didn't get the Pal Pad for 2 Sadas back in the deck. Iono is going to be devastating here now. How do you recover from an Iono here as Hamlet? It might just not even be possible. We know Francisco has the Iono in hand, but Hamlet should definitely be playing around the potential of an Iono here. I haven't even seen Hamlet pick up Francisco's discard pile, so I don't even think Hamlet knows how many Ionos are or are not played here from Francisco. Huge mistakes on this last turn here from Hamlet. But Hamlet, for how Hamlet drew with the Prime Catcher knockout, Hamlet actually was set up into like a pretty decent spot to actually win this game, I feel like, to be honest. Yeah, I feel like Hamlet was in a pretty good spot. If he Pal Pads, he won't KO Drago. I'm pretty sure he still had KO on Drago, plus even if he got the Pal Pad. Well, you could have at least Pal Padded 1 Sada back to the deck, because you would have discarded the Sada that would have been in hand, and then you could have just Pal Padded at least 1 Sada back to the deck. Couldn't Stretcher? Wait, did he have exactly the number? No, he had Overkill, didn't he? 7, 25. I'm pretty sure it was Overkill. It says 18 now. Well, 18 wasn't enough, so it's definitely more than 18. So we don't know the true number, I guess. Okay, it is possible, maybe. It is possible maybe he couldn't. The counter on the screen probably is just wrong. All right, maybe it is possible he couldn't Night Stretcher or play the Pal Pad. No. You definitely could have played the Pal Pad. Because you could have discarded a Sada off the Explorer and then Pal Padded back just 1 Sada. So then it was like +1, -1. I think it's 18 because that's 260, which was enough for after the 2. Well, no, it's 70 plus 10. So 18 is not enough. That'd be 250. Now if we're at 19, that would be enough. But no, it's 70 plus 10. So 18 would have been off by 1. I'm not sure what's being used right here. All right, it's hard to know for sure if Hamlet misplayed or not without actually having an accurate count of ancient cards left in deck, to be honest. Definitely could have played Pal Pad, but maybe couldn't have played the Night Stretcher. Definitely couldn't have played the Night Stretcher, excuse me. But it would have been better to probably play the Night Stretcher than to play the Pal Pad. So a Sada should have been discarded, or both Sadas. I don't know. There was definitely something better to have been done there. He also had Ultra Ball in hand. There was an Ultra Ball in hand, yeah. There's a concealed cards. See, I don't even know if it's winnable now here for Hamlet, because I don't think you can maybe set up a Moon. You could have maybe set up a Moon. Looking at the hand now, it seems impossible. But even if you set up a Moon, I don't think you could get it into the active from Hamlet here, unless Hamlet plays like a switch. But I doubt Hamlet plays a switch. I think we're going to see a dub here from Francisco. Okay. Yeah, I assumed that the ancient count was 19. Or was 17, but then we discarded more. But if it wasn't if it was less than 17, then yeah, maybe Hamlet couldn't have used Pal Pad or no, you always could have used Pal Pad for 1 Sada. That's always correct. You always could have. But you also off the Explorer, you could have discarded double Sada, and then you could have Pal Padded 1 Sada back, and then Night Stretcher for the Roaring Moon. Because you would have gone +2, -2. But instead you explored and you put the 2 Sada in your hand. But they could have just been in the discard pile, which means you could have Night Stretcher. So actually, Hamlet could have always played Night Stretcher and Pal Pad. All you had to do even if Hamlet had the exact number of ancient cards in the discard pile to get the knockout on the Regidrago V-Star on the bench, all Hamlet had to do was discard both Sada to the discard pile off the Explorer, and then you Palpad for 1, and you Night Treasure for Moon. And then you have a Sada in your deck, and a Moon on your bench. And then you're good. Then you're set up. So, yeah, definitely a throw there from Hamlet at the end. But the question was, it would have been nice to know the exact count in the discard pile. For sure. All right, chat. I'll be right back. Finals coming up. See y'all in 2 minutes. I appreciate the 21 months of Killer Cam. I appreciate the 6 months there, Vigo. I kind of want to go back and like analyze that turn from Hamlet, but there's not really anything to analyze if we don't know the true number of ancient cards in the discard pile. There's really nothing to analyze. It looks like Owen lost. So we got Francisco versus Andreas. Is it the it's not the Andreas from earlier, it's a different Andreas though. The other Andreas lost with the previous 6 months there, Simo Scarano. Jago versus Roaring Moon in the finals. Oh, Roaring Moon cooking. Is it just like Turbo Moon? It is favored against Drago. Actually, previously, I don't know if it was favored against... It's definitely favored against Drago now with Latias. Honestly, even without Latias, you're probably still favored against Drago, to be honest. So, deck stays favored against Drago for sure. Got Moon versus Drago in the finals. I think you got to give the edge to... Got to give the slight edge to Moon for sure. Actually, honestly, it's probably a decent edge to Moon. I take it back, actually. It's probably just decently favored. Mooney X. Yeah. Doesn't Moon need catcher flips to win? I mean, sometimes. I don't know. Does that? Why does it? It doesn't matter though, right? I mean, you also have. Well, maybe not everyone plays Iron Bundle, but you have Prime. You have Boss. I don't know if you need. You definitely don't need catcher flips to win. I'm sure they're nice though. When there's like Clef in the active or something, right? So, definitely nice if Clef is in the active. Like, I don't think that like hurts the reliability of the deck. This depends on if you can Sada to multiple moons at once. Wait, what do you mean? Oh, you mean to like get around Radzard? It depends how early the Radzard can come out, I guess, as well. Yeah, you do need to get around Radzard. That is true. It depends on like if they have bench space for. Also, you can just like run over them, right? You can just literally KO their lone Drago and play it in the game like ends sometimes. If they can't find Clef plus the other thing as well. I'm not a huge bundle enjoyer. What the heck? That's crazy. You kill Cleffa with Baby Petra on attack, it dies to poison and they can't fez. Yeah, it can be nice. Yeah, if you match their one prizer with your one prizer, it's usually not that bad. That's true. You can just match their one prizer with your one prizer. Although that does open up like the possibility of Dragapult into Kiram as like an option though. Dragapult spread to set up for the Kyurem Kyurem. Because like the good thing about having Latios in the deck now is yeah, the good thing about having Latios in the deck now is you do set up for the you don't play into Kyurem Kyurem or what's it called? No Petch Poison. What do you mean? As well as the Hydreigon EX deck just mid? It's bad, yeah. Man, I was saying something I completely forgot. Oh yeah, Latios makes a big deal because you don't poison yourself. You don't poison your no Petch Poison. Oh, I see what you say. No Petch Poison because you have Latios now. Yeah, exactly. Because yeah, you don't poison your own Roaring Moon, which means it's harder for them to have like a Kyurem Kyurem board state. If not, just kind of impossible. It just like almost never happens now. It's pretty easy to not give them a Kyurem Kyurem board state. Are they going to do another player interview? Maybe for the other player going to the finals? Hazel, is Thornton in Golden Go good or bad? Bad. Better just play another Togekiss. I assume this is Andreas, which is the other, which will be Francisco's opponent in the finals. Sometimes you gotta bench other Mickeys to play the game, so Kyurem's still possible. You shouldn't have to. I don't think actually that's just not true. Because the most you'll end up at and play with should be Latios, Squawkabilly. Then Moons are out of range. You shouldn't ever have like anything else in play besides those. The only reason you'd have like Petch in play would be if you're like prize Latios would be the only reason to ever like put Petch in play, or if you're just like naturally drawn to Petch but not Latios. But that would be like, yeah. The Kyurem play shouldn't ever be possible unless Petch comes into play, and it would only have to come into play if you can't find it, or if your Latios is prize or something. The most you should end up with in play is Latios, Squawkabilly. Oh, I guess Fez. Fez is the other one, right? I guess you could, no, but Fez should come into play after they take their first knockout. You shouldn't ever bench Fez until they've taken their first knockout. So unless you open Fez, of course. But if they've taken their first knockout, you should be ahead on the prize exchange where they shouldn't be able to Kyurem at that point anymore. So if you put Fez in play after they take their first knockout, you still win first. Do you think the Giraffe would be good in a wall stall? Could be, yeah. Just depends on the meta. Unless you play Turtle and need the Fez bench to KO something. Play Turtle and need the Fez bench to KO something. We're talking about specifically Roaring Moon, Frosty. Do you think Milk would be good in Pepsi? Probably not. Wouldn't recommend. Orange juice is pretty good, but Milk doesn't sound very good. Winning first is pretty good. I wouldn't want to win second. Yeah, it'd be pretty unfortunate to be winning second. I always want to be winning first. On Pepsi Max Cherry. I think I've had it before. I actually don't remember. It was probably fine. I don't know. I never like... Every time, like, yeah, I'm not really a big fan of, I don't dislike Pepsi. I think I just like Coke more. We're about to go into the finals. Have to. Yeah, we're about to go into the finals. We got Roaring Moon or Turbo Moon versus Regidrago. What do you think about... I don't even want to say that word because I feel like it's a... I feel like that's a gotcha or like a Ligma joke, half-toe. I have no idea what that is. I wonder if they are on... Limiting trekking, 4 trekking. Maybe. Is Turbo Moon tier 1? No. Turbo Moon is like, okay. It's a fine deck. Probably like a tier 3. Yeah, probably like a tier 3 deck. Oh, it's a drink from Japan. Oh, okay. I'm not getting Ligmud here. It definitely seems like a Ligma setup though, for sure. Any tips for Lost Box? That's too broad of a question for me to have an answer to. Sorry. Azul, is Caesar from Obsidian Flames good in Golden Go? No. What is good against the Iron Thorns Pult? Honestly, what decks have like a good matchup against Iron Thorns Pult? Probably Ancient Box? No, actually, it's not even true because they still have Dragapult. I don't even know. Does anything have like a overwhelmingly good matchup against Thorns Pult? Thorns Pult is just kind of like a good overall deck. I'm sure there's some stuff that it's unfavored against, but I can't think of any off the top of my head. Sarah Ledge. True, it's unfavored against Sarah Ledge, but Sarah Ledge sucks, so you'd be alright. Cloth? No, because you have Dragapult. Dragapult's really good against Cloth. Also, Thorn slowing them down is like huge. Stall. Stall's probably tough. Dragapult itself. Other Dragapult decks, sure. Guardy? I'm actually not sure about the Guardy matchup, to be honest, Curry. Now that Guardy decks are like... I feel like Guardy decks have become so much more aggressive. I don't know. It feels like it's probably not that bad. Best way to play Pult is with Thorns. Yeah, Guardy might be unfavored, though. Lost Box probably farms it. Yeah, Lost Box might be tough. Even though you have like Dragapult as like an attacker. Pikachu might be too much. As long as they play like Sableye or whatever. Sableye setup stuff and then clean up with the Pikachu. So Guardy and then whatever the other deck I mentioned was. Other Dragapult decks, I guess. Thorns is just so cringe. I mean, Dragapult's kind of cool. Quad Thorns is kind of cringe, but I would say Dragapult. Dragapult Thorns is a pretty cool deck. Quad Thorns is cringe. I'm down with you there. Does Kyurem and Lost Box fix the Drago matchup? I don't know how it would. Do you play versus Pult Thorns as Dango? Just concede basically. Back it up. It's a pretty bad matchup. Wait, no, it's pretty bad. It's still pretty bad. Like dealing with Thorns is just actually honestly it might not be that bad. I'd have to play that matchup actually. For some reason I thought you just were saying Quad Thorns as Dango. Quad Thorns is pretty terrible. But if it's not Quad Thorns, it honestly seems like it could be beatable. Thorns is still tough to deal with. You play Canceling Clone, you have a couple tools. I don't know, I'd have to play it to be honest. I'm actually not sure. Oh, but with Toad? Oh, with Toad you just lose. Yeah, that's true, that's true. If they have Toad Scroll, you actually just lose. You can't beat Toad Scroll. You can't beat Toad Scroll. But I guess it depends if they have Toad Scroll or not. Yeah, but Toad Scroll Toad Scroll is unbeatable. Scroll is too cool. All right, here we go. Oh, are we already into it? Oh, we're already into it. What the heck? We're a little bit behind. Okay, finals. Francisco with the Regidrago versus Andreas with the Turbo Moon. The Latias is prized. We did just talk about this. I guess we could have talked about this a little bit more. So the way this matchup goes is it is Roaring Moon favored. And I mean, the goal is to attack turn 1, try and get a 2-prize knockout, and then just win in 3 turns. Turbo Moon is just trying to win in 3 turns in this matchup. And the way Regidrago can win is you attack with Radzard a lot. So even getting down Radzard turn 1 and attaching to it. Like this turn from Francisco, if we can get down Radzard with a Grass or a Fire, plus Benchadrago V, that would be ideal for Francisco. Because the win conditions for Francisco is shove Radzard over and over and force Andreas to have to go through multiple 1-prize Pokemon. Or cure him twice is also a potential play here from Francisco. Because you can cure him twice and you can KO, like, if the board on Andreas' side is like Squawkabilly, Latias, Pheasantipity, but the Pheasantipity just shouldn't be in play, so that'd be a mistake. So basically, it's really hard to actually win with back-to-back Kyurem attacks from Francisco, because basically Pheasantipity should never get benched. And at the most... Oh, we discarded the Radzard? Alright, I got nothing. I'm checked. I don't see why you wouldn't have benched Radzard plus energy there as Francisco. And we just filled our board of 2-prizers. So if Andreas plays Iron Bundle... Because now Francisco can just win the... Like, and the reason you want a 2-prize knockout as Andreas, because it's not hard for Francisco to win the prize trade if Francisco gets the first 2-prize knockout. So if Francisco can just go Boss or Prime Catcher, Drago, turn 2... knock out a 2-prizer, then Francisco can just chain Ogrepons to respond to Moons from there. Because Ogrepon knocks out Roaring Moon. But what you should assume is going to happen, basically the way you play this matchup is you assume Andreas plays Iron Bundle and gets the Iron Bundle combo, or Andreas finds Catcher Heads on a Moon and KOs a 2-prizer. And then if you respond with a 2-prizer, Andreas can attack with Roaring Moons over and over again and just win the game by attacking with Roaring Moons. So as Francisco, what you want to do is you want to attack with Radzard to throw off the prize trade. And then if Andreas gusts around Radzard, you attack with Radzard again. And then you do it again and again. So, I don't know. Why am I adding an A to Andreas' name? How'd I say it? Andreas? Is it Andreas? Andreas? Oh, wait, but hang on. I do see it. All right, the only explanation I can see for playing it this way as Francisco is if Andreas is playing like Moon and not Turbo Moon. But I'm pretty sure it is Turbo Moon. But I guess I just don't know for sure. Andres. Andreas. At least Francisco can respond at some point with Ogrepon kill because weakness. That doesn't matter if you're losing the prize exchange though. But here's a secret box. So this might... Is this ancient box actually the whole time? Okay, this might be fine actually. This might be fine here from Francisco playing its way. Because this actually might just be ancient box. Because usually you play Prime Catcher. But there was the Latias. We saw the Latias though. I guess we'll see if there's catchers or not. Wait, but wasn't there a catcher prize? Let's go back to the prize cards. They showed the prize cards here for a second. There was a catcher prize. This is... Wait, but there's also Ancient Capsule. Dude, I don't know what this list is. All right. It might not be as aggressive as I thought it was. It might not be like a Turbo Moon. It might not be like a Sanosuke build. It might be a little bit more Baby Moon based. There might be like 4 Baby Moons or something in this thing. Then playing it like this is like fine. From Francisco, playing it a little bit slower. But at first I was like, all right, well, that's an E-switch. I don't know. At this point, I don't know. I'm no longer going to make assumptions. Kanasada as well. What is the deck? I don't know. I have no clue. This is Turbo Moon in the finals. I would call this mid-range Moon. I'm not going to call this Turbo Moon. I'm not going to call it Ancient Box. It doesn't seem like it's Ancient Box. This is yeah, well, there's a Moon EX. It's mid-moon. Mid-range Moon. It's not Ancient Box slow, but it's not Turbo Moon fast. But it does have Moon EX in here. All right, here comes the Sada. I'm not sure how many Dark Energy are in the discard pile. Wait, have we didn't use Pokestop yet, though. Okay. Yeah, Pokestop has not been used yet. Is it Dunsparce Moon? No. This is just Moon. So I definitely don't hate how Francisco played out turn 1, knowing now what deck this is. There's a Squawkabilly hitting the bench. We could still see this Drago on the bench get KO'd here as well. If we can find a catcher heads plus a way to get it in the active. Ancient Caps. I don't know why we're not putting on that on the one with energy, to be honest. There's also an E-switch in the hand, so you could E-switch the energy from the active to the bench and then look for Latias's prize, but could play Heavy Ball. So is going for that E-switch play. And at the very least, though, if we whiff a 2-prize knockout, we can also just pass and leave the Hoot Hoot in the active. And then hope there's no, like, prime catcher play. Did I forget to mute my mic? Did I not mute it? I think I forgot to mute. All right, Vessel coming in. We haven't attached for turn yet. We don't have a pivot Pokemon either. Latias is prized, which means the Petron is probably in the deck. Although it's possible it doesn't even play Petron. Go into the Pokestop. Alpad is found, which is decent, but this turn is not that great. Also found a Pokegear as well. I guess it's going to be a pass here. And look for that first 2-prize knockout on the next turn. Oh, I think I see the Petron in hand, actually. So you could attack the active Hoot Hoot, but that seems like a waste for sure. Goes into the Pal Pad. It's back Sada and Boss. Does play 2 Boss. I saw another Boss in the discard pile there. I'm curious to know how many catcher are actually in this list. Here comes an Ultra Ball, so we're not done yet. More Dark Energy to the discard pile. This is where I think we would get the Latias if it wasn't prized, but it is prized. We're probably just failing. Kyurem actually also priced here for Francisco, so no big Kyurem plays can be made. Just goes for the Mew. But I feel like we don't want to bench that, because then we lock ourselves out of a pivot Pokemon. Benches the Petch. I don't think we want a Petch here, do we? Wait, there's no way this is correct. We're putting a 2-prizer in the act. Dude, what? This is an insane throw. We should just pass. Also, this is why the Ancient Capsule should be on this moon. You're giving Francisco the option of Kyurem, or just attack with Ogerpon next turn. This is an insanely bad play. Knockout, bump the Pokestop. Francisco's just going to knock this thing out with an Ogerpon and be ahead on the prize exchange. Isn't Kyurem prized? Kyurem is prized, but Andres doesn't know that. Kyurem is prized. We're talking from Andres' point of view. You're poisoning your active Roaring Moon, which gives Francisco the Kyurem option of KO Moon, KO Squawkabilly, KO Petch over 2 turns. But also, an even simpler line for Andres to take to get the dub. Is just to attack with Ogerpon, and then you just preserve your Dragos on the bench, and you're just gonna win the prize trade. Like, this game is already over. Yeah, that was an insanely bad play from Andres. You just need to wait to try and find boss on the next turn, and then go for the knockout that turn. You don't need to care if he doesn't get a 2 prize turn K1. Yes, it's true. Yeah, you just play the 2/2/2 now. Best of 3. It is best of 3. We'll be going to game 2 very soon here. Andres even put the boss back into the deck. Had Pokegear for the next turn potentially. I assume this means there's a grass energy in hand. I don't know why we'd want to burn an E-switch here. Although it's not that big of a deal to burn an E-switch here, I guess. I think it's a mistake from Francisco to... Yeah, so could have just attached the grass from hand and said pawns it and then E-switches, which isn't terrible. E-switches aren't that important anymore. But I still don't... It still seems like a waste to burn an E-switch there, I guess. I don't know. Oh, but I guess if we're going to research, it doesn't really matter, to be honest. I think we are going to research, so I guess it was fine. Playing Wall Stall to League Challenges and Cups ethical. It's cringe, but technically ethical. This is the finals. All right, there's the draw off the research. Doesn't even need that much more this turn. Already has the first 2 prize knockout. That's all we need to really find. Does Moon play water energy? No, everyone just plays like just dark energy. All right, there's the knockout. And I mean, this game is just like over. Like, there's not even a play. Yeah, this game is literally just over. Like, the Baby Moon. All right, maybe. The only line I see here is maybe if the Baby Moon can KO Squawkabilly this turn. I guess you don't have to do it this turn. You could do it next turn as well. But yeah, I guess Baby Moon eventually KOs Squawkabilly. So it either has to be Big Moon KOs Ogerpon. And then Baby Moon KOs Squawkabilly next turn. Or Baby Moon KOs Squawkabilly this turn would be more ideal. But you need a ton of ancient Pokemon, a ton of ancient cards in the discard pile for what seems to be a pretty aggressive Moon EX deck, so you don't even play that many ancient cards to begin with. So getting what do you need, 9 in the discard pile is gonna be tough to begin with, especially this turn. So Andres's attack probably has to just be Moon knockout, ideally with a stadium, so you don't have to gouging fire, or frenzied gouging, excuse me, not gouging fire. There is gouging, but just different kind of gouging. Okay, the moons are set up. Sada has been found. Another ancient capsule. Okay, so plays at least 3 ancient capsules, probably 4. So there might be a decent amount of Baby Moons in this deck. We've only seen 1 so far, but there maybe is a decent amount of Baby Moons in the deck. Oh, is that another Baby Moon in the discard pile right there? Oh, it's the Big Moon. Baby Moon is getting loaded with energy here as well. It does have the option of Baby Moon. This turn, like I said, you're probably going to have to attack with the Big Moon here. There's another Pokestop put into play. So we do have the Pokestop, which is nice. We don't have to use Frenzy Gouging. We can KO with Calamity Storm. Although it doesn't really matter because Ogerpon one-hit KOs you anyways. And that should be Francisco's line here. It should just be Ogerpon KO Moon on the next turn. Dude, this list from Andres feels so in between. This feels like such a mix. Like, it's like a Moon deck, and then it doesn't play Prime Catcher, but then you play Pokemon Catchers, and then you play 2 Squawkabilly, but you're not playing Prime Catcher, so you're not as aggressive as you could be, but you're still pretty aggressive. But then you also play like 4 Ancient Capsule, so you're not super aggressive. You play probably a higher Baby Moon count, so you can have a better 1 prize. It's just so much. There's so much. There's just so much going on. All right, there's the pick it up. I'm okay with that. Hopefully we see Andres play a little bit better in game 2. Dude, there's so much going. This list is like so in between. it feels like it can't decide what it wants to be. It's just moons, to be honest. It's just moons. Moons with catchers. It's just moons with catchers. The double Billy was a little bit of a surprise. I was like, wait, 2 Billies? Identity Crisis Moon? That's what it feels like. That's what it feels like. It's like not all out aggression, but then it's like not like a more conservative build that's kind of like an ancient box with like maybe 1 Roaring Moon with like 1 or 2 Dark Patch. Yeah, Identity Crisis Moon. It's a good way to put it for sure. This is the finals. Drago won game 1. Drago did win game 1, yeah. Andres scooped. After not being able to put, it looks like, anything together on that next turn. Really a question who's favored against each other? Pidgeot Zard or Trebigos Cloth? I'm actually not sure. I think Zard's probably favored, but yeah, I'd give Zard the edge. What aspect is their moon run? Secret box. So Owen lost to Moon because the Petch, right? What do you mean because the Petch? Owen, I think. Oh, someone in the chat said Owen was playing Drago. Do you think Pult Thorns is real? Yes. So this time the Petch is prized, but that's the better of the 2 to be prized. If you're going to prize Petch or Latios. Latios? What one is it? Latios or Latios? Whatever. You'd rather prize Petch. And Andres did choose second in this game too. Their website says database that calculates damage for card XYZ. Which card in current meta gets knocked out by 230 damage, etc. I don't think so, no. I don't think any of the card search sites do that. If I can sealed cards, Pokestop, and Pokegear with 30 card deck and 3 Sadas in deck, and I'm trying to find Sada, which should my sequencing be? Pokestop, concealed cards, Pokegear. Most of the time, but it's not. It's situational. The question is too broad to give you a specific answer. Also, can you think of a single prize attacker that could work in Golden Go? I played against a Mimikyu today, and it was rough. I had to stretch your bundle back 3 times. I mean, you can attack with Iron Bundle. Or you could also attack with Togekiss. You literally play a single prizer in the deck to be able to attack with. Are you allowed notepads at tournaments? Yeah. You can have a notepad. Alright, we did pawn cycle into an Ultra Ball, which we're gonna go get Francisco's favorite card, the Squawkabilly, I'm sure. For this hand specifically, there's like not that much going on, so Squawkabilly makes a ton of sense in this situation. There's the Ultra Ball, and here comes the thing. There's the Billy. Try to play Cologne and Golden Go. Cologne's not an answer to Mimikyu, because every Mimikyu deck plays multiple Mimikyu, so you need to be able to attack with something like a Togekiss or to play a different option. Yeah, because every Mimikyu deck plays multiple Mimikyu. There's no Mimikyu in the current format that plays 1 Mimikyu. I don't think. Or they have ways to recover it, get it back into play. Mentioning the Kyurem does need something to like run to this turn, I guess. That makes sense. Ooh, the hand is pretty rough here, to be honest. It has switch, so you could even switch into it. And then Man, if you Ultra Ball here, you'd have to get rid of like Drago E-Switch to go get, I guess, or you could keep Drago. You can get rid of Energy E-Switch and go get Mew, I guess, or Drago V, excuse me. Really clone for Pika though. Goes for the hard trick, keeps the switch. Interesting. Maybe it wasn't a switch in the hand. I mean, I wouldn't tech for Pikachu right now though. I don't think teching for Pikachu makes a ton of sense. Yeah, I'll just take taking the L loss on Pikachu seems more than fine. I doubt Andres plays a I doubt Andres plays a Colress. Could though, I guess. Judge this card off the vessel. Got a couple dark energy, and then the hand didn't seem that good, but there is a Pokestop, so we can always live off the Pokestop. And you have concealed cards to work with as well. I guess we did open the Radiant Greninja, so the board here from Francisco is pretty mid, obviously. So Gust KO on the Ogerpon. It doesn't equal game, but it's pretty good. Goes for the Nest Ball here off the rip. I don't like this though. We should have definitely concealed cards first. We want to get, there's a ton of basic Pokemon we want here. Well, hang on. I guess we'll see what Andres gets. If it's Squawkabilly, then we definitely should have concealed cards first. For sure. Let's see what Andres gets here though. The hand didn't look that good to me, but maybe it's better than I... Nope, it's Squawkabilly. So we probably definitely should have used concealed cards first to try and find basics so that our Nest Ball could maximize its outs, or maximize our outs to multiple basic Pokemon is what I mean to say. So we should have concealed before we played the Nest Ball. Out of heads. It brings up the Ogerpon. Alright, looking good. Still got a couple things we need to find here, of course. Oh, we got another Nest Ball. Okay, hold up. We still need to find a couple different things, though. There's our Moon. We just need Latias at this point, and then we're good to go. Well, and the energy for the Moon, excuse me. We still... Oh, there's a little bit more still. But Latias is the last basic Pokemon we need. Unless it's just in the hand. Maybe we just have all the basics in the hand. Another Vessel comes out. Within some energy at the deck. This will get us our attachment for turn. And I feel like at this point, we should definitely just... There's a lot of energy not in the deck. So just to like make sure we can actually pull off a concealed card, I think we should just go ahead and concealed cards right now. There's the Pokestop. And then I imagine here comes concealed cards. We'll see. That's to the Moon. I assume Andres is thinking about here Squawkabilly versus... Or do you want to use concealed cards right now? I think you might as well. But if we're going to use concealed cards now... Okay, it doesn't go for the concealed cards. Okay, so for this sequencing here from Andres, it does make sense to play the Nest Balls before we do that. If we're not going to get... But I think we should have started our sequence with concealed cards, to be honest. Because there's another basic Pokemon we want in the Latias. Or even another Moon would be nice, theoretically. So I think the way the sequencing should have gone there was concealed cards to begin the turn. And then Nest Balls plus Vessel after that with the follow-up. Or we should have Vesseled first, I guess. We should have gone Vessel, Vessel, concealed cards, then Nest Ball, Squawkabilly. Comes an Ultra Ball. This can get us that Latias. We have the way to get to the bench. We're still just missing a Dark Patch or the Energy Switch, actually. Which means we could go for another Moon instead, which we do see grabbed here. But we could go for the second Moon instead, because that does turn on the Energy Switch for us. But I still wonder if we shouldn't have just gone for... And we still haven't used our concealed cards yet, which means we still have... this like we're potentially going to see -2 cards this turn, because we didn't concealed cards before we played the... Before we used Squawkabilly. We definitely should have concealed cards before we used Squawkabilly, though. Unless I mess... No, I don't think concealed cards has been used. We did find Secret Box there, so I have to imagine that brings everything together here to pull off the turn 1 attack and get this knockout. There's a Latias. And then here comes the secret box. We could Pokestop first, though. I don't think we've used Pokestop here either, right? Yep, there we go with the Pokestop. We just need a Dark Patch or the E-Switch. Pretty good. All right. Doesn't even have to use the secret box this turn. Can just hold on to it for a future turn. Got that Moon knockout. And Francisco could concede here at this point. It's pretty tough to win this. But I would stick it out if I was Francisco here. You can push Kyurem for the turn. Try and reestablish some Pokemon. Need something. Okay, here comes the Calamity Storm. KO. Discard the Pokestop. Yeah, it'd be a pretty tough... I guess you could still attack this turn. Hold up. You could actually still knock out this Moon as Francisco this turn with another Ogerpon. You're also losing the prize trade at that point. But this is winnable still. It's definitely still winnable. Are we actually going to play the secret box right now? I feel like there's no reason to play the secret box. It's interesting. We're going to play the Ultra Ball. I guess they like maybe go get Mew EX. I don't hate it. Okay, going to go with the Ultra Ball. Or Pheasantipede. I almost like the Mew more, to be honest. Let's see what the grab is. Let's get the Mew. Maybe Andres can miss the stadium next turn. Yeah, but if Andres misses the stadium next turn, you're not gonna frenzied gouging the Kyurem, right? There's a Kyurem push up. You would just like punch it for 100 and pass. Like you're just not. It doesn't really ever change the price trade. Oh no, wait, hold on. It could though. Oh wait, hold up. Okay, so this is exactly the situation I was talking about earlier, where it's like you never bench the Pheasantipede until your opponent takes their first KO, which is true. But Andres just benched Mew, which is literally the exact same thing. So now Francisco can go leave one prize on the active, that is Kyurem, pass, and then go Kyurem to win the game. So actually there is a line here for Francisco because Andres misplayed and benched the Mew. If Andres doesn't bench the Mew, then it doesn't matter if you don't KO the Kyurem or you don't get a prize card next turn at all. But now you actually could be in trouble here as Andres if Francisco... or if Andres doesn't get a 2-prize knockout next turn, Francisco has the Kyurem play available now because Andres misplayed and benched the Mew. Yeah, first I was like, I don't really hate the Mew bench, but actually I do hate the Mew bench because it gives over the Kyurem line. Oh, wait a second. But Andres doesn't have to KO Kyurem. That also has to involve Andres KOing the Kyurem though as well. So yeah, you just don't, you just cannot KO the Kyurem and just gust around it twice. So... I guess it is fine to bench the Mew here as Andres, as long as you don't KO the Kyurem. It is actually fine to bench the Mew here. I take it back then. The Mew bench is fine as long as you don't KO the Kyurem. Just Secret Box for boss, KO Fez with Squawk. Squawk. Well, I mean, that's if you don't get Ionoed, but you didn't get Ionoed, so you do have the Gust here. But you're not guaranteed it. We're talking about like the possibility of what Francisco can do. Would involve an Ionoed to take away the actual Gust effects this turn. Literally just has, it doesn't even need to use the secret box. Literally has boss. Well, no, we should definitely just play the boss here. All right. Well, I guess punished, possibly. For anyone who's wondering, you always play boss in that situation because you can play Pokemon Catcher alongside like Sada or something. You can't play boss and Sada during the same turn. So whenever you have like a turn where it's like, oh, it's okay for me to play my supporter as boss for the turn, even if I play item gust effects, you always just play the boss. I guess it's possible Andres maybe would have played Sada if a heads was found there, but I think you should always just play with how clean of a board set you have. You should just use the boss here every time. The boss should always be the supporter used here. But if they don't KO, then Francisco can go Dragapult, Squawk, and then 3 on each Moon. You could. That would be something. KO Squawk, 3 on each Moon. That would be something, to be honest. Yeah. That would have given a play over to Francisco. I mean, you definitely don't KO Kyurem ever there as Andres. So, like, you never KO the Kyurem. And if you do whiff the 2-prize knockout as Andres, then it could have opened up a possibility for Francisco to then next turn go, yeah, Prime Catcher, bring up the Squawkabilly, attack with Drago, KO, 3 to each Moon. And then Andres would need a Gust or a fresh Moon to attack with. But both those are pretty reasonable for Andres to have, so... We're still probably going to be a victory for Andres no matter what, but that was another line. Yeah, that is true. That is another line that was available. He plays 2 Mew. Does he? I don't think so. Wait, does he? The judge is just keeping track of whenever like the players like attach, return, and play supporters or whatever. He does. One was prized, the other was benched. Wait, no way. All right, Frosty is a yapper. So if there is not 2 Mew, then I'm timing out Frosty. Wait, there's not 2 Mew. There was? Wait, it was Francisco's Mew? There's 2 Mew, but that's 1 Mew for each player. It's too late, Soda. I can scroll higher than you can spam. Does Turbo Moon die on rotation? I mean, you lose Dark Patch, so it'd be tough for it to exist without it, I think. But, I don't know. Actually, why am I answering rotation questions? I gotta check myself on that. Actually, what I should do... Yeah. Oh! Double Billy prize? Dude, this is why you play through... Dude, if Andres whips out the 3rd Billy... I'm just gonna... Dude. I'm just gonna start timing out anyone who asks about rotation. Immediately into the Pokestop. So Francisco chose 2nd here. Here comes an S-Ball. Will it be for a Squawkabilly? But the hand looks like it has like a Sada in it, so I don't even think you need Squawkabilly here. It's probably just gonna be like Mooney X attach. Or Greninja's pretty good too, yeah. There's the concealed cards. Attach active pass. Seems fine. The hand has a lot of Sada in it. I don't see any Moon, so that's what we have to find next turn, the big Moon. And Regidrago start here for Francisco is pretty bad. You're kind of hanging a 2 prizer in the active. I mean, if you can find Prime Catcher or Switch, you can get it out of there. There's the Pokestop to work with as well in play. You can try and take advantage of that. Honestly, like, switch into, like, turn 1 Ogerpon knockout here. Honestly, that seems like pretty decent. That would be a lot, though. The Roaring Moon is half off the playmat. It's tilting me. It it does annoy me too. Andres did it last game too, where he's playing his active Pokemon over the edge of the over the edge of the playmat. Here comes an S-Ball. I did see an Iono in the hand there for Francisco, so I expect this to get an Ogerpon. There's the Ogerpon being searched out. I do see the switch in the deck, so it wasn't prized. Did they show the prize cards? Probably did. So what was prized here? Tina, Cleffa, Double Grass. Oh. And then, yeah, Secret Box, Double Squawkabilly. Okay, yeah. So switch is in the deck. Still a lot of cards to be seen on this turn for Francisco. The Iono, the Pokestop, the Ogerpon cycles, potentially a Squawkabilly. So getting this thing out of here, switching into... I mean, I guess there's no Cleffa to switch into. You still have Kyurem or Noctowl. Also, honestly, we could just see Francisco bench Radzard and get an energy on Radzard for turn, and that'd be fine as well. That'd be a fine start to have or a fine response to the 2 prize knockout from Andres. Would just be Radiant Zard knockout. All right, the pawns have cycled. And there's the Ultra Ball as well. Getting rid of the Iono. I assume that means there's another draw supporter in the hand. All right, take him away now. He doesn't even want to be up there anyways. He doesn't like being on stream. He gets anxious. Squawkabilly is grabbed here for Francisco. All right, there is a second Iono there. Dude, why are we grabbing Squawkabilly then? I do not like these super aggressive Squawkabilly grabs. Like, if you, I don't know, like, if you just draw into good cards, what if you don't want a Squawkabilly? Why not just get Radzard there and plan to attach to Radzard for turn? Like, I just don't know why people are so aggressive with these Billies, man. People are fiends for putting the Billy in play. Just like, play the Iono. If our hand's really bad, hopefully we draw into a way to use Squawkabilly. But maybe our hand is just really good, and maybe we just want to pass. Maybe that's fine. Why not get the Radzard off the Squawkabilly and bench the Radzard, then attach the Radzard, and just pass, and just be like, all right, go ahead, your turn. I think leaving the option open is just so much more powerful than just like literally just like tunnel visioning on the Billy every single time. Why does Turbo Moon play the little Roaring? It's for a 1-prize attacker. All right, well, we're not going to be able to bench Radzard plus energy this turn because we just benched the Hoot Hoot. I think Francisco is just like doesn't I don't know if like doesn't understand the or isn't experience with this matchup is not super high because like benching Roaring Moon with energy in this matchup is just really good. Yeah, benching Radzard. Did I say Roaring Moon? Benching Radzard with energy turn 1 is like super good in this matchup. Like any aggressive matchup, to be honest. Yeah. Francisco is just like completely ignoring turn 1 Radzard attach. And this is giving more opportunities over to you, Andres, to just win the prize trade by going 2-2-2. You're just giving Andres like the opportunity to go 2-2-2 so aggressively, especially because you have a 2-prizer in your active here. Also, did Francisco not hit the Pokestop? I think Francisco definitely should have used Pokestop. Francisco didn't even use Pokestop, right? It was just like replace Stadium, use Squawkabilly. I don't think Andres know the matchup either. He had to read Kyurem. Well, maybe he just never, maybe the Kyurem's always in the discard pile when he has to interact with it. No attachment for turn there at all. What do you think about benching Squawk early if your plan is to motivate to Radzard turn 1? Well, yeah, that's different. Because your plan is to motivate, so that means you need Squawkabilly. But if you aren't sure of how the turn is going to play out, then you shouldn't just like put Squawkabilly in play, I don't think. Unless you're saying that's what you think Francisco's play was, but I don't think that was Francisco's plan ever. All right, Vessel here. We have concealed cards to work with. The Pokestop was removed by the Jamming Tower. There's a Sada in the hand, but I don't see an out to a Mooney X. But hold on, we have Ultra Ball. And we have concealed cards, so we probably should start with concealed cards. I do not like the way Andres has been sequencing these Pokemon search cards as well. Andres keeps playing the Pokemon search cards before using and we're doing it again. That's tilting me. Like this turn, we want to Calamity Storm, but we need more than just a Mooney X. We need Mooney X, and we need a way to move the active. Oh, I guess we can just hard retreat the active. Okay, maybe it's fine here. Maybe it's actually fine here because we can just hard retreat the active because we'll be able to Sada to the active. So maybe it's actually fine here to Ultra Ball first. Okay, I don't hate the Ultra Ball first here because we are going to end up with an extra energy on the active here. Move it. So it's okay. Get our 3. We do have the Jamming Tower in play, which is the Stadium we need. I see a Dark Patch and an attach in hand. Okay, we got the KO. We have the hard retreat KO. That's fine. Have an extra energy to work with, it looks like, to use the concealed cards. Or maybe we have double Dark Patch in hand. I don't know if it's worth using concealed cards then. That's interesting. There is a Pokestop in hand as well. Yeah, you maybe just do it. Finding the extra cards this turn might be worth the not having the extra Stadium to work with. Double hit, not bad. Okay, that's pretty good. Appreciate 7 months there, count. I mean, if you're looking for a Sada, it's better to Ultra Ball, isn't it? But you're not looking for a Sada. Sada's literally in the hand. I still actually do question the Ultra Ball, though, before the concealed cards. Because, yeah, we have no basic Pokemon in play here as Andres. So still finding basic Pokemon is still pretty important, to be honest. We are able to find another Ultra Ball. We get the Latias here. Azul, have you heard about the deck? Rotom, Guru, Tatsugiri, Alone Executor, Teal Mask, and DD Wild deck coming soon? No, I've not heard of this deck. Francisco knows he's going to be having a 2-prize deficit, so why doesn't he bench Radzard here? We've been questioning that this whole time. Maybe it's not prize, though. I don't think so. Dude, you guys think you are so funny when you get cute, but this is it. That's all you get. I should keep the YouTube thing open so I can time out people more easily, to be honest. All right, we got the first 2 prizes here from Andres. And we do have the Ogerpon response here pretty easily from Francisco. And the board for Andres is like underdeveloped overall. Like there's no other backup moon in play. In fact, there is a moon prized, so it might be tough for Andres to find the next Roaring Moon. Wait. We just frenzied gouging? But now you can KO the active with Noctowl. That was a really bad play. There was no stadium. There's a Pokestop right there. We literally just replaced a jamming tower with a Pokestop. Now we can go Noctowl and knock out the active with 60 damage. That was a terrible play from Andres. I think Andres thought the only response was an Ogerpon. But obviously that's not true. And now we're going to see the punish come in from Francisco here. This should not be possible. Could we have also just used Pult for 4? No, the Latias has... Wait, how much HP does Latias have? I think it's 210. It might have 200, actually. You may be all right. We maybe could have pulled off a Prime Dragon Pult for 4. For 4. It is 210? Yeah, it is 210, right? Yeah. But you could have... Doing that play would have been fine, though, to be honest. No. It probably wouldn't have been. No, this is probably the correct line still to take, to be honest. Yeah. This is still the correct... I think the Noctowl play is the correct play. I don't think you want to leave a 2-prizer in your active. Well, no, actually, maybe it doesn't matter if you leave Regidrago specifically in your active. But it does mean Andres could just, like, frenzied gouging it, and then maybe you don't have, like, a very powerful follow-up. So, no, because then you might not be able to set up another Regidrago after that to actually punish the frenzied gouging. So, it probably is correct to just go with the Noctowl play here from Francisco and try and bench another Drago V. So, the play here from Francisco should definitely just be... Well, we probably should have hit Pokestop before we did anything, to be honest. I don't think Francisco has used... Francisco just is not wanting to use Pokestop. But I'm pretty sure Francisco should have used Pokestop to start the turn before using Noctowl. But it's fine. Francisco seems fairly opposed to using Pokestop with Drago. But all we need to do is bench another... Oh! Well, I don't like that from Francisco. I think all we need to do here from Francisco is bench a Drago V to have access to Legacy Star. Or, I don't know, maybe can we win it this way? No, I feel like we needed a Drago V there. Oh no, we need access to like Radzard as well. Or being able to set up Radzard. But it's harder to set up Radzard when we don't have Legacy Star. Because now Andres could go... Well, the best play from Andres is probably just KO Pheasantipity with Calamity Storm. I guess maybe this is fine. Maybe this is fine to have the Drago plus the Dippity. I'm thinking, what if Andres goes Frenzied Gouging our Drago? But honestly, that's not that scary. The more I think about it. At first, I didn't like it. But maybe this is fine. And I guess if we get Calamity Stormed, then we still have Drago set up as well. So I guess this is fine here from... And then we have 2 1-prize attacking options here from Francisco as well. We have the Noctowl. And then we can go into the Radzard as well. If a Calamity Storm happens, we can still get into Radzard. If Fronted Gouging happens, we can just go back into the Noctowl. I actually think the correct play here... I'm trying to like come together with like a plan here for Andres. There's no great play. But what if you just knocked out... What if you didn't bench another 2-prizer and just went knock out the Noctowl? What if you just knocked out Noctowl here? And then Francisco goes Boss KO Latias. And then you went Punch with Roaring Moon. And your only bench is Greninja and Moon. Does that work? Just KO Squawk with Baby Moon? Oh, true. If we can do that, I just don't think there's enough ancient cards in the discard pile. But yeah, if we can do that, that's great. If we can go Baby Moon KO Squawk, that's sick. Or honestly, Big Moon Calamity Storm or 2-prizer is also fine. Okay, well, my thought process was if we can't get a 2-prize knockout here as Andres, which is maybe we can't get a 2-prize knockout here as Andres, then if we just KO the active with Roaring Moon, even if our Latias gets KO'd next turn, I think we can still win. But if Andres can get a 2-prize knockout this turn, we should definitely go for that. We should definitely go for a 2-prize knockout. And I think Andres should even go as wide as possible. Like if we can get down Mew, Pheasantipity, Moon, Mew, Pheasantipity, Moon, and then go like Calamity Storm, KO, Pheasantipity, and then Baby Moon would then be enough next turn to KO Squawkabilly. Like that would be a fine play here from Andres. It is going with the Sada. Just gonna be 1 energy to the active. Does play the E-Switch, which could come up clutch here, I guess, at the end. I'm not sure how many cards are in the discard pile, how many ancient cards are in the discard pile here. It's not a lot, though. I don't think we're KOing Squawkabilly quite yet. I think it has to just be a KO active angle here. But like I said, there is a line here where KOing active is fine. Wait, no, I'm trolling. KOing active is never good enough. Wait, KO active go down to 3? Okay, no, there's not a line where that's actually good enough. I take it back. No, it can be good enough. We just need to get the Squawkabilly KO on the next turn. No, it can be good enough. KO in the active can be good enough. We have to KO Squawkabilly next turn. So Andres has 3 prize cards left. Francisco has 4. If Francisco can go... Double Kyurem is the way. Double Kyurem, I don't know if we have enough resources left to double Kyurem for Francisco here. I don't know if we have enough resources left. Could we actually attack with... Yeah, I don't know if we have enough resources left to set up 2 Regidragos is the big thing. I don't know if we can set up 2 Regidragos at this point. If we do have enough resources to set up back-to-back Regidragos, then that would be the play here from Francisco. You could just go Kyurem, and that works. Or Dragapult Kyurem would also work. Wait. Yeah, technically, sure. Dragapult would even work here, right? No, not quite. It'd be Kyurem Dragapult. Or Dragapult Kyurem. Either works. But I'm not sure where we're at for like E-switches and stuff remaining. Dragapult is getting loaded. But another just good play from Francisco here would be just KO Latias. If Francisco can KO Latias, then Andres has to respond with bench 0 2-prizers and KO Squawkabilly with Roaring Moon. And then after that, Francisco can just go Iono to 2 with only Radiant Greninja in play. We're going into the V-Star right now? What are we looking for? We're using it. Milled E-Switch and Switch. Milled the rest of the deck. So Francisco has to be going for an Iono play here then. It's just got to be Iono plus KO. Maybe not. Goes for Boss and Prime. But does Francisco not see that Andreas doesn't have to bench a 2-prizer next turn? Boss and Prime. Are we going to Prime Latias plus Iono, maybe? Maybe Francisco has Prime Latias plus Iono. That could be the play. There's a Superior. Can't he cure him times 2? No, because if you cure him once, you just get Frenzied Gouging, and then you lose. You can only cure him twice if you can set up 2 Regidragos, because your first Regidrago will die. So you have to set up another Regidrago. He has the Tina the Latias, right? It does look like that, but I think probably has the resources left to do that. It shouldn't be that big of a deal. Okay, I mean, that's the prime on the Latias. And we still need to put cards back in the deck here for Francisco, though. It has to be an Iono or a Super Rod. The random Great Tusk would be insane here, to be honest. That'd be pretty funny. Those judges got some moves with the pen, bro. Debating benching Radzard. So we're definitely about an Iono here, I'm sure. Because we never plan for our hand to get disrupted, so we don't really care. There's the Iono. Okay. I have to assume this is Francisco's last Iono, though. So if Andres can start to build a hand between Pokestop and concealed cards, can definitely actually pull this one off. This turn, Andres needs to find Gust, KO, oh no. Oh, I guess Squawkabilly and Radzard have the same amount of HP. So yeah, Andres just needs to find Gust, KO, Squawkabilly with the Baby Moon. You can't risk going. If you Frenzied Gouging here, you almost always just lose to a Grass or a Fire Energy. So you have to assume Francisco has that remaining. All right, there's the Tina knockout. Although, oh, maybe, can Andres? Ooh, could we actually get like more? How many resources are gone? Could Andres ever like trap Radzard? Or like, what if you just brought up Pheasantipity? There's a catcher in the hand. I see a catcher. And Mew. All right, Andres actually has a pretty good hand here. Draw for turn to a Sada? Wait, Andres' hand is insane. If Andres has enough to actually KO the Billy here, I feel like Andres is just going to win this. How many are in the discard pile? 6? So we're 3 short. I think it's 6. They're doing 130. There's a Sada, and we have Sada and Pokestop. We have a catcher in the hand. So we could start with hitting. We could start with playing catcher, see what happens, and then we could go into hit Pokestop. And then if we have to play the Sada, we can play the Sada, and that's fine. Frenzy Gouging the active is never the answer, though. We can either go for a deck out stall strategy where we bring up like Pheasantipity first, and then maybe we try and bring up Radzard after that, because like we're the prime catcher's been played. I think we're out of E-switches. I think Switch is gone. I think Ionos are gone. I think I think everything is gone here for Francisco. So catcher heads. No, benches the Mew. We know Francisco has boss. If Andres is doing this, that means Andres has to be going all in on the stall play. Unless Francisco messed up and doesn't have a grass energy left. Pokestop. Milled 0 ancient cards. The Billy knockout is not live. I guess another thing Andres could do would just be to Gust Radzard and punch it, though, actually. That would actually be pretty decent here from Andres. Would just be bring up the Radzard and punch it with the Baby Moon. But now that we have the Mew in play, well, honestly, the Mew being in play actually might not hurt that much here. We just Ultra Balled away catcher and... So we're just knocking out the active? The worst play is always knockout active. Is Andres out of Roaring Moons? Oh no, we discarded 1 moon. 1 moon made its way to the discard pile, so that's +1 ancient. Andres is out of big moons. But knocking out the active is always a bad play anyways. The sequencing here from Andres is pretty abysmal so far. Well, it's not even the sequencing. It's Andres isn't like what is the term I've been using recently? He doesn't see the vision. He doesn't see the right game plan to go for. He's going for the KO on the active here, but the KO on the active is literally always the worst play you could ever make. Every other play besides KO active is probably a better play, to be honest. Could boss Zard and start attacking with Fez too? Yeah, I think boss Zard, stall boss. Either if you could get the KO on the Billy or just boss trap Zard was the play here from Andres. But putting the Mew on the bench was like because if Andres just doesn't bench Mew, and we Pokestopped into the Pokegear as well. So if the catcher hits Tails, then all of a sudden you could maybe Pokegear into boss, and then you could bring a boss on the Radzard, and then just punch it with your Moon. You don't even have to KO it, just punch it, and then see how Francisco's turn goes. We could still possibly find a Gust Effect this turn. Now I think we have enough ancient cards in the discard pile to actually KO the Squawkabilly or the Radzard. The problem is, what is the problem? Well, the problem is you have a 2-prizer on your bench, right? So now you just lose to Boss Fire or Boss Grass from Francisco. I do not... Oh, no, I think I see Boss in the hand. Boss is in the hand here for Andrea. So you could still boss up the Radzard and trap it. But it doesn't even matter. I mean, the Boss Radzard has to be like a deck out win condition now. He used Sada. Oh, true. He used Sada. So literally, Andres is just punching active. Which is... Honestly, punching active is better than KOing active. But Francisco's just going to go draw pass until Andres takes a knockout, and then Francisco will eventually draw into Grass Boss or Fire Boss for the Radzard knockout. Doing a quick count of the discard pile just to see how much we're hitting for. How much did it end up being? 150, so we would have been 10 short on the Billy knockout. But we could have just brought Radzard and punched it. Here comes an Ultra Ball. Just doing a quick deck search, maybe thin out a card. But... Hold up. Did the stream just end? Bruh. And I'm on their page. Oh, wait. It says it's live. No, but that's for Pokemon Go. Live. The PokemonTCG stream ended, yeah. Yeah, I guess we will see on Twitter who won. And I'll refresh it a couple times to see if it comes back. I mean, the game's going to be over soon, but Drago might have won this turn. I doubt it. After playing the Ultra Ball, I assume that means it didn't have game in hand. Drago 1, Cloth 1. Dude, a dub for Cloth. Let's go. I don't think Drago could win that turn. I could be wrong. I'm pretty sure it wasn't possible. Turn after, possibly, though. Oh, it doesn't look like the stream's coming back. Francisco won. Definitely could have been like a really cool end game there from Andres. All right, chat. That's gonna do it for me. I'm headed off. I'll catch y'all on Saturday. I'm not streaming this week. I am going over to Chips for the week to do some more filming for the Uncommon Energy channel. So no streams this week. I'll be back again on Saturday for the Toronto Regional Championships. Going to be VOD reviewing, not VOD reviewing, watch partying that. So make sure you come out for that on Saturday. And I'll catch y'all then. Let me go ahead and find someone to raid here on TCG Live on Twitch side before I get out of here. Go ahead and raid. What's going on over here? I'm gonna go ahead and raid the... That Beast? Wait, what are they playing? I'm gonna go ahead and raid the energy store. They have Zoroark, Naganadel versus Zap Beasts on stream over on the energy store channel. I'm gonna go ahead and raid them. That seems interesting. Y'all can have fun over there. I'll catch y'all on Saturday, Toronto Regional Championships watch party. No streams this week. See you then. Have a good one. Peace.